That's how your nudes come out.
Well, I ain't got no news.
That's how your sex tape comes
out. Well, maybe. Where's that 2-camera shot? There it is.
Is that how we came on just now?
Yeah, talking about nudes. The Caraway family. The Caraway family hates the cloud. It is what it is, man. Just this is shit that happens before the show starts.
Hey man, I'm not messing with the cloud, man. Something don't need to be on the cloud.
No.
They always send me that little notification too, like, it's been 300 days since you upgraded your iCloud. Yeah, well,
it's about to be 301.
Oh, whoops. That's my bad, Jesse. Sorry. What's up, Twitch? What's up, YouTube? Soren, Lazy. Great work on that video, Lazy. Showtime. You got to let me hit the button first.
I got you. That's why I'm fixing my hat. I played it off.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We a number one spot.
Hey.
Man, that's the only way we hear Young Zell nowadays.
Yeah. No, Buddy Hield was fined. An obscene gesture on the playing court. That's hard to believe.
What did he do?
I don't know. It says the incident occurred with 11:30 remaining in the second quarter of the Pacers' 115-109 loss to the Charlotte Hornets. It's fined $25,000.
I got to figure out what he did now.
By Joe Dumars. Yeah, well. Yeah, that's the only way we get to hear Young Zell, man. We welcome you in here to the Wednesday, March 22nd edition of D-Lo KC. I'm Damian Borling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kitty Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
We're so happy that you are here with us. D-Lo KC brought to you by Sky River Casino. Well, it didn't go well last night. Went quite bad, to be honest. Brenden Nunes is going to join us coming up at 1:47, and James Ham will be with us in the final hour of the show as well. Kings just got their ass kicked last night.
Yeah, that third quarter, that was throwback Kings right there. Because that third quarter, Boston laid the smackdown on the Kings.
On their Rudy Poo candy ass?
Absolutely beat them down. The Kings didn't even play, well, offensively. They didn't play terrible in that third quarter, but I think they allowed the Celtics to shoot 71% in that third quarter.
I have them at
15 of 21.
I have them at 68%, 15 of 22, 58% from 3, 7 of 12 from 3 in that quarter for the Boston Celtics. 15 field goals, 15 made baskets, 11 assists.
That'll do
for the
it
Boston Celtics in the third quarter.
That'll do it to you. And I also think
it was 40-31 to accentuate your first point of the Kings weren't terrible offensively. No, it was a 30-point quarter. Just defensively, it was men versus boys.
It was tough, man. And then I always tend to give credit to the offense in that situation, because you can have whatever defense that you think is going to stop somebody. If another team is executing, they're executing. And if they're getting open looks, and even if the looks aren't open, especially when you talk about the 3-ball, there's a reason the best people and the best 3-point shooters in the league shoot like they make 3 out of 10, maybe 4 out of 10. Like, it's not as easy as just like, oh, They're just going to make them. There's a reason that's the percentage. I say all that to say the Celtics made shots, man.
Yeah.
The Celtics are really good. They're really good when they're clicking.
Let's
Break the glass.
Yeah, holy cow. Kenny Caraway with the
I had an epiphany. The Celtics are really good.
You know what the Kings need? Jason Tatum.
You know what they need is Jaylen Brown. And that may be realistic.
There's a wild conversation going on in our show thread last night.
Oh man, the non-Celtics fan had to bring everybody back in.
I was a little irritated because he was missing free throws yesterday. Jason Tatum is still the best player on the Celtics, but I was a little irritated.
Okay, because I have a text that says the contrary. The Jaylen Brown noise, though, that's funny. The Jaylen Brown noise is getting very loud.
Yeah,
there is a bordering on consensus belief, which is really insane, that he's out. That he does not want any part of Boston, the city, that he does not want any part of the Celtics, the team, and then he doesn't want any further part of this arranged marriage that they have with Tatum and Marcus Smart.
Before I started hearing all this, like I said, I was talking to my homeboy, and he's good friends with an ex-NBA player, right? Like when they were really cooking, he was really good friends, and he just told me kind of out of the blue, it's like, Jaylen's gonna leave. Like I've been there. He said, I'm not the one that did it, but I know how that goes. Like your crew gonna get the way Jaylen was playing. Yeah, the crew gonna get in his ear and be like, yo, you need your own.
You the best player here.
Like he the one that got a shoe deal. You should have a shoe deal. You out here cooking. It's never gonna happen in Boston. It was not under Tatum. And then as soon as he said that, and you start hearing these stories about Brown in Boston, or the city of Boston, and Jaylen Brown, and having to have a 3-way FaceTime with Tatum and Brad Stevens, and then he's talking like, well, if I stay, I stay. If I leave, I leave. Everybody leaves. And so I was like, damn. All right, well, I don't know. I think he's like Jesse. He's like Sabonis with the extension situation.
Yeah,
like he could sign it, but it wouldn't be.
Well, no, it wouldn't. Right? It wouldn't make sense financially. It wouldn't make sense because he's on a, fair to say, Jesse, a bargain.
Yeah, I mean,
he's outplaying.
Remember the Buddy Hield
he's
stuff.
Still on that
he's outplaying
480, right? 480, 490, because that was the Buddy Hield situation. He's on
yeah.
Honestly, the Celtics need that guy to make All NBA this season so they can offer him a supermax.
I don't think that's gonna. Oh, it's not impossible.
Would they?
I don't think it's gonna happen.
But they would have to offer him. It would still be next year they would offer him, or would they be able to offer him?
I think they'd be able to offer it this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think they don't. That you can't tear it up. It's not like an NFL contract, but it would go into effect the following year.
Monty McNair will offer you a supermax, Jaylen, if you're still here.
I don't know if Monty can.
We'll make it happen.
It's probably against the rules. I think only Boston can.
We don't care.
Okay, that's I'm fine. I'm fine with that. That's and that may complicate things for Jaylen. Jaylen may be hell-bent. The max and the max with a new team and the super max is a drastically different dollar figure.
40?
No, if I'm not mistaken, the 40-50 range, that's if he stayed with the Celtics. You lose money when you leave a team.
It's a year, right?
But that's the supermax. So you've got the supermax money, which is let's say the difference between the Celtics, the Celtics max and the Celtics supermax is like 40 or 50.
So it ends up doubling almost, right?
So the Kings max and the Celtics supermax is probably 100 something.
So maybe so. So it's almost like. And this is rough math, I guess, but say the Kings could not be in his team. The Kings could offer him 100. The Celtics being his team could offer 140. If he makes All NBA and do Supermax,
that's it. Yep.
They could offer
220 or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Damn. How bad you want to get out of Boston, Jaylen?
If he leaves off that, he really.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. That would literally be a first of its kind, wouldn't it? Like eligible for the Supermax, like the Supermax, and just
well,
no, I'm good.
So here's the other thing, right? Because I remember hearing this conversation, and I remember that Windhorse was talking about how nobody's actually turned down the Supermax, but what they've done is force trades before they're in that situation. Anthony Davis, I think Kawhi did that too. I think Kawhi.
But who'd Kawhi get this? Kawhi didn't get the Supermax though, because he was traded and then left. He didn't stay.
Yeah, I forgot how that went. But he brought. This was a couple years ago. I heard this, but he was talking about how. But he was going to your point about how nobody's actually turned down. Nobody's ever turned down the Supermax. Nobody's ever walked away from that type of money. And there was situations where, the situation, so to speak, was manipulated, where maybe they forced the trade and they could never be offered the Supermax to turn it down or something like that.
Yeah.
But when actually faced with, hey, walk away from this money or leave, or stay and get the money, nobody's ever not chosen the money. So if Jaylen Brown was in that situation, he'd be a first of his kind.
There's 9 players, at least this list is from 2 years ago. There's 9 players currently on a Supermax. Steph, Dame, Giannis, Rudy Gobert, Joe.
Rudy Gobert's on a Supermax.
Luka, Russ, John Wall.
Oh,
well, actually, John Wall's probably ended last year. So John Wall, Harden's ended. That might be it.
So people in the chat are saying Paul George and Indy. I thought Paul George didn't make the All NBA.
I don't think Paul George got
that, and because that was the first time it came to the forefront with me about how these All NBAs affect the contract. Because I think I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I think he missed All NBA and it cost him the Supermax. That was one of the first times I was like, oh damn, like really?
Boy, it'll be something.
Yeah, let's talk contract for 4 hours. I don't want to talk about the Kings losing.
Yeah, we'll talk about Jaylen Brown being a King, giving up $100 million to come play with.
Go fund me. Let's do it. We'll make up the difference. We kept the Kings here. We built this arena. We'll get Jaylen Brown here. We'll make it happen.
Get the ladder, Jesse. Go get the ladder out of storage.
I'm not helping with that.
Here we, Jaylen.
I'll drive to Boston. Oh, I shouldn't do that.
Paul George. Yeah, you shouldn't drive to Boston in an RV. I strongly advise against that. Paul George has a knee sprain. Speaking of Paul George, he's going to miss 2 to 4 weeks. That's going to take him through the rest of the regular season, and he'll be reevaluated in that 3rd week to determine his availability for that first round playoff series. The Clippers, they're going to be fighting it out the rest of the way.
Yeah.
They're currently in the 5th spot. They are 1.5 games ahead of the Oklahoma City Thunder. They are 1.5 games ahead of the Dallas Mavericks. If I told you one of those 2 teams are going to make up that 1.5 games, which one would you pick it to be?
I'd pick the Thunder.
Luka Doncic, who returns tonight, in the Dallas Mavericks, or the Oklahoma City Thunder?
I'd pick the Thunder, man. I don't believe in that Mavericks team and the Thunder. I may not see it exactly the same way as you and Trista see it, but I do see something.
Yeah.
Like I see. They got some good ball players over there, and they're playing really well.
I don't think the Kings' record is a reflection of the conference, but I wonder if Oklahoma City's is. That could be contradictory. That could be not fair. That could be homer. Like I think the Kings are good. I think they're good in any Western Conference of any year that you want to put them in.
Mm-hmm.
Oklahoma City, I think, is good too. They're not as good as Sacramento,
right?
But they're getting the job done.
And real quick, to your point, to be fair, they're only 500.
Yeah,
it's not like they're like lighting it up. So to your point about it being a reflection of the conference and like where they're at and what they could possibly do, I think that's more accurate than saying the Kings being 14 games or 13 games, whatever, over 500 is a reflection of the conference.
I know it's not the funnest thing, given the Kings got their butt kicked last night, but we do need to talk about that game a little bit, and I can't really decide if I'm discouraged over this or not. I think I have an answer. I've been working on this all morning. It won't take long to give you my answer either. So we'll come back. We'll talk about the game. Matt Barnes said something I thought was interesting. I'm curious to get your opinion on. We're just getting started. It's D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Head over to ESPN1320.com and register for our event out at the Fieldhouse. Yeah, it's been pretty nuts. I really just want people who want to go to register so we can just shut the registration down. We've gotten there twice. Like, all right, let's see if we can fill the whole restaurant. And I've gotten word it's pretty close. Like, I think it's going to shut down, if not by the end of the show, by the end of the day. So if you haven't registered, if you want to come hang out and watch the Kings and the Mavericks with us, go do that now. It will be the Chattyhouse live in person,
man,
no doubt.
That's really cool though. Like it's gonna be dope.
Yeah, it's
like,
pretty. It's pretty
it's
dope.
Gonna be
yeah,
really
it's
cool,
pretty dope.
Man,
yeah,
to see all that, but even I don't want to speak for Damian, but even I'm astonished with the response.
Yeah,
and the rest of the company is too. They're like, damn, bro. Hold on now.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse, did you go see your GOAT last night?
I didn't actually see him, no.
The hell?
Yeah, I don't know why he was there, but
just chilling.
Who, Paul?
Yeah, me and Paul Pierce in the same building. What a day.
Just chilling.
He's been giving the Kings a lot of love this season too, though.
He has.
Hit the thumbs
and even
up
last night he said, he was like, yeah, what we saw tonight, that's not the Kings. There's a lot of things that were going on. That's not indicative of the Kings team. So
yeah, I was telling Damian before the show that win meant more for the Celtics than I think the loss did for you guys.
Yeah, we joked about it. I think Matt Barnes said some people really did go to Napa.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. Here's the information for those that are unaware. April 5th, T-Lo and KC watch party at Fieldhouse Sports Pub. The registration helps with the head count. If you don't register, you could still be a part of the show. You just got to get there really early.
Yeah, you guys.
There really.
You guys
really
might
early.
have to beat us there.
You will almost certainly have to beat us there, because we're gonna get there at 4:45, 5.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all gonna need to get there before that. And we got a plethora of email. We're already working on the next one. The next one is not far away. There's a real possibility we will have a watch party for each playoff road game.
I was about to say, every game the rest of the season. So one thing became clear to us last night, or clear to me. If it is the Kings in San Francisco, or if it's the Kings in San Francisco against the Warriors, we're not going. We'll be here. Yeah,
we'll be here doing something. Yeah, we'll be here doing something.
We'll be in the streets. And what I'm saying? You see our boy having a little fun last night?
Who's that?
Feeling good last night. Got their attention.
Who's that?
Our boy Bonta.
Oh, what Bonta do? Uh-oh.
Our boy Bonta, man. Shout out to Bonta Hill, man. He had them tweets flying. I don't know, Jesse, did you see him at all?
No, what'd he say?
Oh man, yeah. Let me pull it out. I want to be accurate. I was listening to him this morning, man. He that's my dude. But it's already starting. It's already starting if that series go down. It's already starting. Bonta Hill, where is it at? Through 3 quarters, Boston is letting the Kings know that there are, quote, levels to being a contender. Then he took a picture or had the picture of somebody who sent him the light the beam joint. He's like, oh yeah, time to pass the stick, Sacramento. Light the beam pick. All right, Bonta. All right, baby. All right, baby. Unsolicited. All right, baby. All right. And then this morning he was like, yeah, Kings got humbled last night. They got humbled. All right.
That's hilarious. That's funny.
All right, Bonta.
Give me the Kings in 5 or 6 in that series.
I got you, Bonta.
Damian's back.
Oh man, hey, I was complaining about how many Drake bars I had to write, and then just hearing this beat, it just makes me sad. Like, damn, it should be Drake bars. I should be stressed over whether or not I can get the bars out in time. Damian's busy right now.
Oh, yeah.
For anybody.
Yeah, I did. Hey,
I brought something to his attention that he did not know. Our guy.
I just be minding my own business. I don't follow nothing no one else does. I'm here focused on ESPN 1320, D-Lo and Casey, maybe a few other things around the Odyssey cluster, and y'all got to tell me who's on at noon. Y'all got to tell me who turned heel on us today. Y'all got to tell me what Bonta Hill is saying, and it's like, all right, I just be minding my own business, trying to do my job, but I see we've got business to handle.
Yeah, our guy Bonta Hill, he was on Twitter last night.
No,
he was
good.
watching that Kings Celtics game, man, and there was no ring camera into his home or into his South San Francisco estate. There was no ring camera, but the way he was tweeting, it looked like he had a little smirk on his face while the game was going on. That's what I would envision.
See, you can't have a smirk on your face when your team's fighting to stay out the play-in. Like, you can't do that. Like, if the Warriors were the 1 seed, hey, talk your talk. The Warriors were the 2 seed. Talk that talk. Y'all are 6th, trying not to play extra games. Pipe down until you earn your spot in the playoffs.
And look, I know he had a little
Y'all
smirk.
might be out of the playoffs tonight, by the way, so relax.
I know he had a little smirk because, once again, unsolicited, myself and Damian just minding our own business, taking a couple pictures. All of a sudden, what'd he say? Oh, y'all 16 years and y'all start feeling this.
Here's a note to Bonta Hill. Y'all could clip this and share it with him. Kenny and I were feeling ourselves long before the Kings snapped the 16-year playoff drought. You ought to know that by now, player.
We were feeling ourselves when the guy was throwing up on the floor last year.
We don't need a TV camera in front of us to put a suit on and go get some pictures taken. Trust, we already there, Bonta.
Shout out, Bonta.
Y'all don't want this series. We can't have this.
It's gonna go crazy.
It better be the Timberwolves. It better be the Pelicans or the Mavericks, or it better be anybody but the Warriors. Y'all do not want this for 8 to 10 days.
It's gonna go crazy. I love my guys, though, man. I love my guys.
Mm-hmm.
Those are my people.
Mm-hmm.
Those are my people. But look, I always say, I've said this forever. I said this when I was playing basketball and all this other stuff. I don't just out the blue start talking trash and start talking crazy. I don't do that until you start talking to me. And then I don't stop. I just don't stop. This is what it is. So for everybody's sake, let's hope they don't play each other. And heaven forbid, let's not hope the Kings knock their asses out of the
Oh,
playoffs.
yeah, we'll lose friends. We'll lose friends.
It's like I said, I just don't stop.
Yeah.
I know me. I don't start nothing, but when it started already
Mm-hmm.
and I'm involved, I don't stop. I'm an A1 trash talker.
Yeah, we'll lose friends. We'll get blocked on like 6 different platforms. All numbers will get blocked. 95.7 will attempt to remove itself from the Odyssey cluster.
They will defect from Odyssey.
We'll have to figure out what side Stacey Kaufman is on. It's going to be, yeah, y'all don't want this. Y'all just do not want this. You think we're unbearable now. Wait till Vivek says, hey, make that beam bright enough to hit the Bay Area. I can't decide. I had a difficult time deciding if I'm discouraged by last night's game or not. And I don't think I am. I don't like the way that they played. I don't like the outcome. And, you know, I'm not going to go Doc Rivers on everybody and say, I wish you tell the whole story.
I wish you tell the whole story.
But I'll just leave it at like, man, they weren't good enough for the Celtics last night. They're 0-6 against the top 3 teams in the East. As I said, Mike Brown's got a lot to figure out before the NBA Finals start because he's 0-2 versus Philadelphia.
It's a good call.
0-2 versus Boston. 0-2 versus Milwaukee. I really did quietly think we'd get a game a lot like the second Bucks game. And I was fearful Tatum or Brown would close that one out in similar fashion to Giannis. For the 12th time this season, I'll use this phrase, though. I need to see their response because they got a couple days. Today is a off day. And
thank God.
I believe Mike Brown and that coaching staff might have the most epic film session in history coming up Thursday morning. So, they beat the Suns the last time they played. I think that's a 2-1 Phoenix series right now. Yep. And I'm sure Phoenix is coming in like Phoenix needs that victory. Jesse was telling us, I don't think he said this on the air, but he said it a couple of times off the air, that was a bigger win for Boston last night than it was a loss for Sacramento. Boston needed that victory, 1, to keep pace with the Philadelphia 76ers and everything going on with that 2 spot. 2, we're all aware they have not been playing well. And not only did they win last night, but they won last night playing well. They didn't fall into a victory that they're not going to feel great about when they go back and look at the tape. There's a lot there that they can feel really good about. But I think Phoenix is going to come in with a similar mentality. They need the game probably more than Sacramento does. But this time, Sacramento is going to have to respond because the most important component to what we say about Sacramento in the Western Conference Finals and going to the NBA, all of those different things is Philly, Boston, and Milwaukee are not here in the West. And when I say that, I mean there is no team like Philly, Milwaukee, or Boston in the West. Not Denver, not Memphis, sure as hell not the Golden State Warriors, not the Los Angeles Clippers who keep dealing with injuries, not the Minnesota Timberwolves who are getting Karl Anthony-Towns back tonight, not the Dallas Mavericks who are getting Luka Doncic back tonight. There is no one in this conference like those 3 teams, and that includes the Phoenix Suns. We don't know exactly what the Phoenix Suns are because we haven't gotten a chance to see it, like really, really see it. But I think they're going to come in with a heightened sense of we need to get this game. And I think Sacramento, maybe unlike last night, is going to come in with a heightened sense of we got to get back on track.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. To me, the closest thing to those teams in the East are the Clippers and the Suns. And when you talk about playoffs, when you talk about playoffs, probably won't see those 2 teams. Like if everything goes well, you won't see those 2 teams until the conference finals. Then you would have won 2 series, and playing in the Western Conference Finals. Like that's not being arrogant or conceited or anything. That's just the way things are shaping out, So yeah, you're not going to see those teams, until the finals or the Western Conference Finals. the thing that I saw in that game that I look like, oh, it's a big problem for the Kings is what's a big problem for everybody in the NBA. That's Tatum and Brown. They don't have, I don't know if they have one guy that can guard either one of them. They definitely don't have two.
Yeah.
And that's a league-wide problem. That's not Sacramento Kings exclusive. But
is that a more dynamic offensive combo than the one in Dallas?
I think so, because for the Kings, two answers. Mm-hmm. League-wide, that one in Dallas is crazy. It really is crazy. Like I think it's equal. It's equal. But
straddle the fence there, pal. That's fine.
Well,
that's fine.
It's equal.
It's hard to decide.
But for the Kings,
because when Kyrie's on, God Almighty,
it's crazy. It's really crazy. It might be crazier than Luka, but it's crazy.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah.
But for the Kings, I think it's better than Boston. Like it's easier. Easier is a bad word. It's a better matchup than the Boston matchup because I don't think they really have somebody that can guard Luka, but Fox can match up with Kyrie. Kyrie still might light him up because he's Kyrie Irving, but he can match up with him. And Boston, when they play them, they don't have nobody that can match up with Tatum and Brown. I said it earlier, and I love the guy. I said it off the air. I'll bring it to the air. They were looking at Harrison Barnes like food last night. They were trying to get Harrison Barnes switched on to one of them, and when they got the switch, hey, clear, good, no, go over there, Grant, get your ass over there. I got Harrison on me. It's time to go to work, and they were doing that. And then
y'all should have joined us, Harrison. Told you, should have come here.
Scalabrini was saying that on the call.
I'm sure he was.
And then you got Keegan Murray, who I love Keegan.
Yeah,
he can't. I've seen it enough now. He can't guard those guys, like not just those guys, but those type of guys. The Paul Georges, the Jason Tatums, the Jaylen Browns, Kawhi. He can't do that.
But how many of those? And I think the Kings thing is how many of those guys are there?
Well, let's look at the West. I don't think Denver doesn't have that. Memphis doesn't have that. Phoenix got two. KD and Book. KD will be back.
Okay. You're talking about scorers in general, or guys Keegan has to guard?
That type of wing score.
Okay.
I put KD and Book.
Okay.
In that.
Yep.
I put Kawhi and Paul George in that.
Yep.
The Warriors don't have that because Klay's not that type of
not like he used to be.
Right.
Like you got to be careful.
Right.
But
it's some of the things that Tatum and Brown were doing were off the bounce last night. That's what makes it so difficult.
Yeah.
He's not doing that. We talked about Dallas. They don't have it like that. They got Luka and Kyrie. Minnesota don't really have that.
In Oklahoma City.
Yeah, but they don't
that's
have
all
that.
You have.
But they don't have that type of guy. Like Fox can match up with Shea.
Minnesota.
Ant-Man's a problem, but they only got one.
But that's one. I mean, LA, Utah. Lakers, Utah.
No, Lakers just got Bron in that respect. D'Angelo will probably be the next guy.
There's
but
the Pelicans.
So I looked through it, and I mean, I
think
it's only Phoenix and the Clippers that present those type of problems. And like I said, the way things are shaping out, you may not see them until the second round. But I mean, who knows here with Paul George? You may see the Clippers in the first round. I doubt it, but you may.
It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. The schedule tonight is crazy. Kings don't play tonight, but there is plenty to watch if you're a Sacramento Kings fan. Clippers lost to the Oklahoma City Thunder last night. They play the Oklahoma City Thunder again tomorrow.
The hell was that last play, by the way, by Kawhi?
Yeah, I don't know.
What was Kawhi doing?
I don't know.
He dribbled out the clock.
I don't know what Kawhi was doing. I don't know what point he was trying to make by dribbling out the clock. Because part of me believes he did it on purpose. He's just like, I'm gonna prove a point. I'm gonna prove a point. We'll go over, we'll go over the schedule later because it's fun. I mean, there's the Warriors and the Mavericks tonight. That's a
big one.
Yeah, that's a big one for sure.
What they is I'm gonna be they say MFFL. Ain't that what they say?
MMFL?
No, just one M, two Fs, and an L. That's me tonight. That's the Mark Cuban, that little stupid ass hashtag he's had since he got there.
What does that stand for?
What is it?
Mass fan for life.
Oh, that's stupid.
It's too
so
long.
dumb. But that's me tonight. MFFL. And it's not.
I don't like that. I don't feel like you should say that. That could literally mean anything.
And it's really the way I'm thinking about it, and the reason I think about it, and we'll talk about it later, is that's the best path for the Kings to clinch this weekend.
Okay.
As if the Mavs
I want to hear more about that. Mavs and Warriors, Suns, Lakers, both on ESPN 1320 tonight for those who want to lock into those games. Discouraged after last night's loss?
No, I still, for me personally, I'm not saying everybody should have this outlook, but for me personally, the Kings have entered the spot where the only thing that matters is the playoffs. Because the seeding, they're pretty, barring an epic collapse, which would be concerning, an epic collapse, but they haven't done that. They haven't had that yet. They should have home court in the first round. And I really think it's getting to the point where I don't even, like, they'd have to go like 0-11 not to, and the other team would have to go 11. It would be something
For
crazy
Phoenix?
but not even Phoenix, because Phoenix is 4. It would be for them not to have home court. in the first round.
I got you. Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
They've accomplished that.
Yeah.
And the only thing that matters now is how you play in the playoffs. Like when 2-3 weeks ago, it was, hey, don't lose home court.
You don't want to go stumbling into the playoffs, though.
You don't want to go stumbling.
I don't think you can afford to have your first bad stretch of basketball happen at the end of the season.
You don't, but you get into that situation, you'll have a week off. You know, like if they were playing great, some people would be talking about, oh man, they're playing good. I wish they didn't have a week off and now they'll cool down. Like it's literally a whole new season, you know, regardless of how you're playing good or bad towards the end of the season. So they've accomplished the fact where they'll be able to have home court advantage, at least in that first round of the playoffs. And I agree with you. You don't want to be playing, you know, bad, but all that matters is the play. I was talking to one of the guys on Twitter last night, and it's like, oh, they're not going to be able to do this and that in the playoffs. And, you know, it's not, we'll see. We'll see. Like, you get into the playoffs, it's a completely different ball game. It's a completely different energy. I don't really subscribe. Like, I understand what people are saying, where they're like, game slows down and, you know, defense, all this other stuff. But it is different.
You know what Jordy said, though.
I hear what Jordy said. But it is, the playoffs are different. It's a different situation.
Well, I think that's the important word.
It's a different
the situation
energy.
is different.
It's a different height of intensity. I don't know if like the gameplay is more intense, but the mental grind it's different, right? I think they're built for it. I think they're ready for it. I'm not afraid for them by any means, but we'll see what happens. And that's all that matters. They could win the next 11 games. They could go 9-1 or 9-2 to end the season. And I don't think that has any bearing on what's going to happen in game 1 of the playoffs and in that first round. So am I, you know, kind of deterred by it or shaken a little bit by it? No. And I usually don't do this, but I saw it just in their shots last night. They looked tired. They were shooting short. I think they had some air balls. Samonis airballed a 3. They looked fatigued last night. And it's not the reason why they lost, but it is understandable. I mean, they played 5 games in 7 nights. They've gone through all 4 time zones in that time.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You know,
that's wild.
This isn't 2K. They aren't robots. Like, they're human beings. And some people might not feel the fatigue. Some people might. They're human beings. So in the second half of the game yesterday, I thought doubled with their bad defense, I thought they kind of ran out of gas last night.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I don't want to take anything away from Boston either, though.
Absolutely not.
If
they had a full tank, they might not have won.
That's kind of where I was going.
Yeah.
I would have been curious how the game looked different, if it looked different, because you can have a full tank of gas and get your ass kicked by the Boston Celtics. They're a top 3 team in the NBA, not just the East, but in the NBA. Those top 3 teams in the East are the top 3 teams in the NBA. And you could have lost that on 3 days rest, 2 days rest, whatever. You could have gone to Napa with the Celtics if you wanted to and still lost that game. So I don't want to take anything away from the way Boston played. Confirmed, by the way, Trista Crick will be here for the first round.
Nice.
Confirmed. The flight's booked.
Nice. Let's go.
She will be here for the first round of the playoffs.
Let's go.
Matt Barnes called last night's game a reality check in the post game, talking to the truth in Drapes, which was a really weird sight to see when I turned on the TV. What the hell is he doing here?
Hey, the crazy thing is, I thought he'd be there for like a segment. He was
no,
there
he
for
was
the
there.
whole
He
show,
did
both
for free
shows.
and post. Yeah.
So wait a minute.
Yeah. I hope NBC cut him a check. Fair. The loss last night, the game last night against the Boston Celtics was a reality check for Sacramento.
No,
sound like Bonta Hill out here.
Yeah, not for me, because I don't think nothing different of this team.
Yeah,
so if I was being unrealistic before,
yeah,
I'm still unrealistic now. If I was being realistic before, I'm still the same way. I still think they can get to the NBA Finals.
Yeah, I thought that remark was a little bit unfair because it plays into the Sacramento is playing above their head thing. And I don't think that they are. They're playing good basketball. If they had spent the last 2 days talking about we're going to beat the crap out of the Boston Celtics, then yeah, last night was a reality check for them. To the best of my knowledge, that didn't happen. Like they went out there, they had a game plan, executed it. The flow of the game in the first quarter was pretty intense. Like there were a lot of baskets. Jesse and his freaking Celtics crew. It was one of those.
They're disgusting.
It was one of those vibes where every made basket resulted in a crowd eruption from the Golden One Center.
At least it was us though, not like Lakers fans and stuff. At least it was a friend.
Well, Jesse, besides you, I don't really like Celtics fans either.
Me neither.
I got a soft spot in my heart for the Celtics, so I'm not going to say anything bad about them. It was just, it felt like if you turned away from the TV and listened for the crowd reaction, you wouldn't know what happened.
Yeah, you thought it was March Madness.
Yeah, you would have no idea what was going on.
You're in a neutral site sometimes.
So, the flow of that game, the intensity of that game, the way the crowd was behind it was a lot of fun in the first quarter. But once you got to that third, once you got to the end of the first half, and then headed into third, man, that was rough.
Yeah.
And that's what the Celtics are capable of doing. The funny thing is, though, the part that I find funny is, because I don't know why I don't know why that line stuck with me so much, the reality check line. But everyone talks about the playoffs is different. And it's always the except Sacramento Kings thing. So obviously the playoffs against the Boston Celtics would be the NBA Finals. So we'll go ultra extreme and talk about that for a second, because I made the joke that a lot of people didn't get about the 0-6 against those top 3 teams.
Oh, people were like, really like,
oh, this is so delusional. Right? You think they're going to the final? Like, jackass, go away. You're ridiculous. But if this team played tomorrow night, Mike Brown's not going to make adjustments.
Right.
Mike Brown's not going to go over in film what to do with these guys and how to have a better outing against Boston. It's everybody else who's going to adjust. But Mike's got nothing in a series where you play the same team over and over again.
Crazy.
The guy who's going to win Coach of the Year for at least the second time in his career.
Right.
He's got nothing.
And
okay.
The Kings players are just incapable of being able to comprehend any kind of adjustments that need to be made. Like, stop. Like, come on, guys. Let's do better.
Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with over 2,000 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino, where you got to be 21 or over to get in. We'll come back. We'll talk a lot more about this game. Brenden Nunes is going to join us in about an hour. I do think there were a couple of positives coming out of last night's game as well that we can dive into. We're here with you till 4 o'clock. It's Steelo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Surprisingly easy to talk about this loss last night.
It's all good. It's all good when you have what you have going on, right? Like Kings are going to the playoffs. So it's if the Kings were the 6th or 7th seed and we had to talk about this, I'd be a little stressed out.
Can you imagine doing this show like during the Celtics Kings finals this season?
Oh my gosh. Oh,
shout out. Well, he it looks like he's a radio listener.
who's that?
Gary Dove. I don't know if it's Gary because it's a G. I don't know if it's Gary or Jerry Dove. But he made some shirts, some hoodies called Sacramento Black Famous. He says he lives in the Bay Area. He can hear us loud and clear out here. I'm a longtime Warriors fan, but I'm very happy for the Kings' success this year. Keep moving forward. He said, I hear you guys supporting Black businesses, and I made a Sacramento Black Famous hoodie I want to send you guys.
Oh, man. Does he have a picture of it? Mm-hmm. Oh, hell yeah. I mean, yeah, I'd support. I like that.
Yeah. Hashtag support Black business. Hashtag go Kings after the Warriors.
I'm not mad at that.
Hey, he's a Bay Area guy. He can't be
mad at that.
Hey,
Jesse, if it was Kings Celtics in the finals, it'd be like a tag team match. It'd be me and D'Lo versus Jesse and
It's a handicap match.
Oh, that took me a minute. That process a little slow in my head. Wow. Where's my drop? Where?
Yeah, but whose side is he on?
I just got it too right now.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Wow.
You be associating me with the wrong people, dude.
Producer swap. Just gonna do a Patriots podcast next.
You can check Jesse 3 to 6 every day, breaking down the Celtics point of view.
Funny thing is, I think it's 2 to 6. Just no one knows.
Oh yeah.
It's all right. You're not the only one who doesn't know. No one knows.
Oh man.
Hit the thumbs up while you're here, guys. We appreciate you. Yeah, hit the thumbs up. We did pretty good yesterday. Let's keep that rolling. Let's keep this momentum going. Hit, subscribe, all that stuff. I got to put subscriber mode on.
Subscriber mode.
Well, yeah, that means if you want to chat, you got to be a subscriber. That's important. We need y'all subscriptions.
When we come back from break, we're going to talk about Timzu.
Put this in the title, Jesse. See what happens.
Just do 13th round. Hey, Timzu.
4 hours of Timzu talk. When you do a 13th round that you are really feeling, tell me what it is.
Okay.
So I can pull it off of Twitch and make an Instagram reel out of it.
Okay.
Because those do well, but I only want to do the ones that you're really feeling.
We don't need to do the Brandon Figueroa 13th round.
I might pull the Timzu video and see what kind of numbers we can do on an Instagram reel.
Let's call it the 13th round with Timzu.
Googling. Nope. Still free.
Damn.
He's in a darkness retreat.
He needs to be in a dark cell.
Solid point. Solitary confinement is a hell of a darkness retreat too. He could do that.
Yeah. Hey man.
Yeah.
I got a confession.
Oh, part 1 or 2?
Part 1 was fire.
I know you say that all the time.
That's my one. I mean, part 2 was great too, but part 1 was, man, I punched myself in the face.
Part 2 was literally one of the biggest hits of this year. But you really love part 1. Yeah, no, it's
part 1
true.
was fire. Don't say it like that. Don't say it like that.
There's a different.
Part 1 was fire.
Okay, I'll go Bonta Hill. There's levels to this. There's levels to a hit record.
So I'm not saying that. What do you think is a better song? 2 or 1? all I'm
that's
saying.
hard. That's hard, bro. You have no idea how many times I heard part 2. You have no idea.
That's all I'm saying. And
Okay.
I can't even decide because I love them both. But I'm
Okay.
just saying part 1 is on that level.
I didn't mean to throw you off. You said you had a confession.
I saw what and look, man, hell, you want to find him. I don't care. I'm not his defense attorney and I won't be it. But I saw what Buddy Hield got fined for.
Oh,
it's a little unfair.
Is it?
He only got fined because the cameras went to him. Because the cameras would have been on the game.
But if he's on the court,
he wasn't on the court.
That.
He was on the bench.
Oh, okay.
It's a little unfair.
All right. We
got tagged in it on
I know. Are you sure I did or did the show?
I thought you did. I thought it said Damian Butler.
It's in the group chat too.
Well, I wanted to put it up on the screen. That's why. Because I forgot. I haven't had a chance to watch it. I think Miss P.
Yeah, you're in it. Jacob ZDG.
Oh, I see. Oh, all right. Okay. I see. That's man. That cost him $25,000.
And then the bad thing about it was the camera was only on him because he was sitting next to Tyrese.
Yeah, well, that's true. So that's actually what I was going to ask. There are they Indiana full tank mode?
I don't know how far back.
Are me and Tyrese wearing the same? Are we wearing the same mode?
You guys got the same pants on?
I don't know. Well, see, can't do that. Can't do that, Shavano. No, can't do that, Shavano. That's uncalled for.
He gets what he gets.
That's uncalled for.
I don't care.
Shavano.
If he gets fined, he gets fined. I don't care. It's a
Shavano.
fight anyway.
The best part is he's trying to hide it, but the camera's just right on him.
Tyrese looked like Prison Mike. Like he looked like Prison Mike here on the bench. Boy, that dress code is just gone, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone.
I noticed. I was looking. It might have been De'Aaron. It was someone and it was probably De'Aaron because De'Aaron rocks essentials hard.
Mm-hmm.
But it was an essential sweatsuit.
Mm-hmm.
It's like essential sweatsuits are dope, but
shout out Damian.
Just what we do now, huh? Okay,
it's the move.
I ain't mad.
When the Sixers played here. Now, granted, I don't think he was on the bench. He came out of the locker room after they won. This dude Joel Embiid had pajamas on and house shoes. I said, come on, man. Come on. He had the house shoes on out on the court.
That's tremendous.
To answer your question, Indiana probably they're 2.5 back.
Yeah.
So,
like, is Tyrese hurt?
I don't know.
I don't think that he is.
I don't think he is either.
Yeah, he hasn't played the last 5 games though.
For real?
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
I'm not sure if he's injured, but yeah, he hasn't played the last 5.
If he got hurt, I missed it. I absolutely missed it if he got hurt. I just kept looking, and it's like, man, Tyrese was out tonight. Looked again, Tyrese was out tonight. Google Tyrese injury. Didn't see anything.
He's questionable all the time because of a knee.
Okay, that's...
Well, no, he's actually out. I take that back. So they have him as out, and then they say they have status out. Halliburton knee is questionable. Okay. Say he's questionable out. I don't know what you're talking about.
He's questionably out? I don't... All right, man. Whatever. There are a couple of positives from last night. Our guy Terrence Davis played well.
TD.
I was going to rock with TD.
Can I talk about that?
Yeah. It's your show.
I think it's our show.
Well,
team, baby.
I just love when you ask. It's funny.
I saw what Mike Brown was trying to do with Kessler Edwards starting at the 2 and for Kevin Huerter.
Mm-hmm.
And Kessler hasn't played bad.
Not at all.
But it just looks different when Sabonis is trying to do that dribble handoff with Kessler as opposed to Huerter. And when they do it even more now that Herter's gone with Keegan Murray.
Mm-hmm.
I would consider on Friday starting TD in the Edwards spot. I think I like Kessler. I like what he's bringing to the table. It's a good find. He contributes, things of that nature. He does a great job on the offensive rebounds. Like he's always getting offensive rebounds. It's a skill at this point. But you know how I feel. You have to maximize what you can do offensively with this particular Kings team. And if Kessler or Edwards isn't coming in and starting and like taking you to the number 13th defensive team in the league, then you can't sacrifice the offense. You can't sacrifice the explosiveness. And I think they do a little bit with Kessler in there while Herter is out. And I think you can get some of that back in there if you start with TD. So if I was Mike Brown on Friday, I'd start Terrence Davis in that 2-guard spot. If Herter's not ready to go, he may be ready to go, which would be even better because they miss him. He matters in that offense a lot.
Mike was really, not that I expected him to commit to anything. He did not break his poker face regarding Kevin Herter at all. He just spoke about the days off, how beneficial that was. He had his days a little mixed up, like not their schedule. I think he just didn't realize what day yesterday was, and given the schedule that they've had, like I completely understand. But they won't be back at practice. I'm sure he'll be doing some sort of rehab or sort of treatment today on his own, or you know what I mean, on his own with the coaching staff or with the trainers and whatnot. But they're not back practicing until Thursday. And he really just kind of laid out a timeline and didn't really say anything about how Kevin Herter is doing, but really just talked about resting that particular muscle. We talked about how beneficial it would probably be to miss these two games, the Jazz and the Celtics game, knowing you could get that extended period of time off, especially, talking hamstrings and the amount of hamstring issues that have happened in the league this year. Those extra days could go a long way in keeping him healthy moving forward. But again, Mike did not. Yeah, we think he'll be ready to go. Or he was in much better shape today. Like, he did not break his poker face regarding Kevin Herter's potential availability for Saturday at all. And remember, Friday. But point being, Friday is the first night of a back-to-back. They've got another back-to-back coming up on Friday and Saturday.
Yeah.
Both at the Golden One Center.
What do you think about that, though? TD starting.
Yeah, I'm always
situation.
So
what Kessler, like, do you see the same thing? Do you kind of feel the same thing where like you're losing some explosive? Obviously you are, because he's not as good as Kevin Herter at this point, and I don't even think he's the offensive player TD is. But is that important enough for you to make a lineup change and put TD in there over Kessler?
To me, I feel like it might balance out a little bit more with Terrence Davis in the starting lineup and Kessler Edwards in the second unit. And I'm with you in the sense that I absolutely understand the reason Mike went with Kessler in the starting lineup. We've talked about how he has all those attributes that Monty McNair probably really likes. I think Mike Brown probably loves those too. And knowing he's going to coach in the moment, right? He's going to coach in the field of the game. So if Kessler's having a nice offensive game, that's a big bonus and will probably increase his minutes. If it's not, you can turn to Terrence and see what he's able to do. And if he's able to get something offensive, if he's able to get something going offensively, you'll probably see a big bump in his minutes. I like the idea of Terrence in the starting lineup with that group and Kessler Edwards in the second unit with Davion and Malik Monk. I don't know that Kessler Edwards is a better defender. He's more. If you pull TD aside right before tip and really just get him locked in defensively, which I think you're very, very capable of. Maybe Matthew Dellavedova has to do it. Get Delly to pull him aside. Give him a little pep talk. Man, I'll take Terrence in this starting lineup against Phoenix all day. And I think Terrence is one of those guys where, like, if he's similar to Malik, where if he gets a couple baskets, like, he's very capable of 20 to 30.
Yeah.
Malik gets a couple in short order. He's very capable of 20 or 30. It's rare that Malik is going to score, 5 points, 7 points in like a 2 or 3 minute span and not have a big day. Like, he is all feel. And I think you can get that same thing with Terrence Davis. And one thing we didn't see last night, again, this is a credit to the Boston Celtics, one of the best defensive teams in the league. That offense was, for one of the very few times this year, was just shut off. They had nothing. A lot of that is they focused a lot of attention on De'Aaron. They made De'Aaron work. They made De'Aaron give up the ball. When it was time for fourth quarter Fox, it was too late. Like, it did. But fourth quarter Fox doesn't always matter,
Mhm.
right? Like you've got to be able, like you could have had De'Aaron score as many points on the offensive end as you wanted in the fourth quarter, but if he couldn't, if you collectively as the Sacramento Kings couldn't get stops, that was wasted energy at that point. That was stat padding. He wasn't going to get anything out of it.
That was one of the best defensive teams in the league.
Yeah,
that's what they're able to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I also and they did a good job of it. And and people talk about like, oh, that's playoff basketball and all this other stuff. Well, I mean, yes and no. The Celtics are one of the best defensive teams in the league, and they played a great defensive game last night in that second half. But Milwaukee's a great defensive team, and the Kings were able to put up 128 on them, right?
Yeah.
Like, so it's not indicative of what happens. I think it was a combination of all those things. The Celtics playing really good defense, the Kings just not having it. Like I said, I think they did run out of gas. The only reason I say that is you look at the shots, they were short in that second half. And that's a telltale. They were short and there were some air balls.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a real thing sometimes. Like, you just don't have the legs. And I thought that played a factor last night. It wasn't the factor, but it did play a factor, I thought.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with saying that.
No,
like this is
there's not
real life. Like
there's not.
It happens. It happens. Sometimes you can get past it. Like, I don't even think the Kings played great against the Brooklyn Nets, but they were able to get past it and get the win. And Brooklyn isn't as good as Boston, but you could say that we said the same thing in the win. They looked a little tired in the Brooklyn game. That was a back-to-back going to a different time zone or whatever. Like,
and Brooklyn
not just saying it because they lost. Like, we look at what happened. These things happen.
And they got that one in the Brooklyn is a fraction of the team that Boston is. I like Brooklyn a lot. They're not the Boston Celtics. Mm-hmm. And those moments, we talked about it the day after that game. It felt Brooklyn had chances.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't capitalize. The Celtics didn't miss a chance to blow this game open.
Right.
They didn't miss a chance to extend the lead when they got stops, when they got calls, when they got whatever. They did not miss. It's Stilo and KC here on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Another positive from last night's game, Davion Mitchell. I think Davion has been really, really good since the All-Star break. Mm-hmm. He's obviously a tremendous defender. He's always a tremendous defender, but it feels like it's been elevated over the last, what do we have, 14 games, I think, now since the All-Star break. And we're starting to see, we've seen him get going offensively a little bit more in this second part of the season, I think, than we did in the first.
Yeah, no, he played really well last night. And, you see the confidence in his offensive game. And throughout any offensive issues that he was having before the All-Star break or anything like that, the defense never wavered. So now you're getting a confident Davion offensively, and you're still getting the same defense. And I think he's gonna have some moments in the playoffs. And it's probably, when I think about that, I'm thinking particularly on the defensive end, the way he's defending, because if the game slows down, okay, we can slow down with Davion Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
He'll keep somebody in front of him. So I think he's going to have some moments in the playoffs that, remember last year when he was coming into his rookie year, and we talked about how hype people would get for his defensive stops, and people like rise as the defensive stop is happening and he's turning the guy.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's gonna have some of the moments in the playoffs.
Like,
I think he's gonna have I don't know, Jordan Poole up top, and Jordan's gonna keep trying to shake him. Davion's locking up, and the crowd is just gonna rise and get more and more hype. I think we're gonna see a lot of he's playing well, particularly on the offensive end, but I think it'll be even heightened.
Oh, don't let it be Steph. Ooh. If it's Steph, the roof would blow off the Golden One Center.
Was that his That was the third game of his career. And they were like, oh, Davion and Steph. Just bypass De'Aaron Fox starting at the point guard position. Come on, man.
Well, I mean, what was what game was it? It was didn't he strip
Davion
the
and Donovan?
Yeah.
Just
strip the ball away from Donovan underneath the basket. This was Utah Donovan, right? Yeah. Just strip the ball away from him under the basket. Oh, that was so clean.
Yeah.
So clean.
So off night.
Davion makes defense look beautiful.
He does.
He makes defense look absolutely beautiful.
I tweeted about it because in the first half they were playing good basketball, and I saw more of the, as James Ham would say, the beautiful game last night. You see that play last night where I was talking about Sabonis was driving, kicked it out to Mitchell.
Yeah.
Kicked it back to Sabonis. Sabonis found a cutting Monk. Monk right back to. I said, oh, I popped in the living room. I said, oh my gosh, this is basketball euphoria. Not really. It was just a good boy.
No,
but it was beautiful. It was beautiful.
Yeah. They used all their energy on that play. They were like, we executed the perfect play. We'll see you tomorrow night. And Joe Buck on everybody. We will see you tomorrow night. Or Jack Buck. Either Buck. Both of them used it. Yeah. I always appreciate Joe for that because that was a ballsy call.
To use that?
To know that everyone would want him, like in hindsight, to know that was his dad's famous line from that World Series and to willingly repeat it.
I thought
that was tremendous.
It's kind of crazy that's like an iconic call.
The Kirby Puckett one?
Yeah, but like what he said, like he didn't say, he just said, we'll see you tomorrow night. Game's over. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Yeah. Well, that's the call though. Like I thought that was a great call.
No, I'm not saying it's not great. It is iconic. It is great. But it's not like adios, pelota. Not like he said that. He said, we'll see you tomorrow night.
Well, he said it with more inflection than that, but not everybody needs to have.
It is one of the legendary calls of all time. Absolutely. And then I think it also got heightened.
I think it's we will see you tomorrow night.
It's a good call. I think it also got heightened because that Game 7 was so iconic.
Big baseball fan back then.
I know.
Oh yeah, that was
baseball. Damian Bartley.
Yeah, that whole World Series was
really
legit.
Yeah, that was really, really good.
I don't remember the call for Joe's home run.
It was Joe Carter.
Yeah.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger one.
That's it.
It was like, I don't want to say this like this. It was kind of a rando on the call though. Like it wasn't one of the guys, one of the elite historic guys. I don't know who was on the call.
Huh. Well,
I'm sure he's probably still in the game, but it wasn't Buck. It wasn't Michaels, nothing like that. Like it was a guy that I'm not sure
of. Speaking of, well, we'll get to it later. The end of the WBC was dope. I actually hated that I couldn't watch it, that I was so locked in on what we were doing. But when I started seeing the tweets come in, I was like, oh, this is cool. Wait a minute, what's going on? And then I saw the end. The end is theater. It is just straight theater. So that's so good.
Bonta got that one right. We'll talk about it, but he got that one right.
Bonte's getting a few too many mentions here on the show, and I see we're pissing off Warrior fans too.
Oh no,
like, hey, bro,
what happened?
Hey, well, Matt Ashlock, who is dope. Matt used to do the graphics for 95.7 The Game. He used to do all of their Instagram stuff. Like, just a ridiculously talented individual. Helped me a lot with Photoshop. He hit us. Make the playoffs first, bud. Bitch, same. Kings are locked in the playoffs. Y'all make the playoffs first. Y'all in the sixth
Did you
spot.
say something on your own account or on D-Lo and KC?
On mine.
Oh, I guess I'm blocked. I didn't see it.
Man, I'll unblock you from Twitter real quick. So I just told Bonta, y'all fighting to stay out of the play-in. Like, knock it off. Don't talk about the
Damian Barling. Bruh, y'all fighting to stay out of the play-in. Stop it.
Like, Don't be them insecure fans who start doing the Clay stole from Kobe thing. Like, don't do that. That's the ultimate sign that it's ending. When you're hanging on to what you did. Hey, y'all are the defending. Hey, y'all deserve all your trophies. That ain't got nothing to do with right now. Y'all make the playoffs right now, and then you could say something. Until then, sir,
but
worry about your own team.
You know what Matt Ashlock is doing? He's sitting there.
No, that's
for
fine.
the radio. He's
count
doing
your
the Clay.
four.
He's
Hey.
doing the Clay.
Count
Ain't
your
nobody
four.
worry about that.
Count your four.
Once again, what that got to do with y'all being sorry this year?
Nothing.
What that got to do with y'all not being able to win? Y'all can't win at my grandmother's house in a pickup game, let alone in the NBA on the road.
Your grandma got a court too?
Got room for it.
Them Caraways, boy.
Yeah, man. Them four, you got 4 championships. You only got 3 more road wins than you do championships.
I feel like you're yelling at me. Like I'm wearing a Warriors uniform.
I'm telling you, they get me turned up, bro. This series could have ramifications if it happens.
I'm sorry. I don't want this. Like Kyle's coming to the watch party on the 5th. I don't want this. Like I love Kyle's one of my close. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this with Kyle. I don't want to do this with Bonta. I don't want to do this with Matt or Joe. I don't want to do it with any of these guys. Let's just get a different playoff series to start this. Let's not let it be the Warriors.
Imagine being the one to end the dynasty, though.
Oh yeah, I want that. I'm changing my tune. Remember, I said I didn't want it. I didn't want the series.
You literally just said that like 30 seconds ago.
What? No, I want. Jesse said something. I want that. Let me put it into the dynasty.
So you want the Kings and the Warriors now?
If it happens, I'm all for it now.
Are you rooting for it?
No, I'm not rooting for it. But if it happens,
your options are getting slim, though. You're going to have to root for the Warriors or the Mavericks.
Well, tonight,
or you can root for the Thunder.
I mean, it's always going to be the Mavericks because they sorry.
You going to root for the Thunder? Oh, I know. Yeah,
they sorry. And I'll have a good time backhanding the Mavericks.
Can I tell you?
Happen.
We talked about like disappointment and all that stuff. I might be disappointed if the Kings make the playoffs and lose to Dallas.
Oh yeah.
Dallas is not a good basketball team.
That's a good point.
They're incomplete.
I would not be happy about that.
That would be tough. Losing to the Warriors would not be fun.
Right.
But it's
the Warriors.
It's Steph.
Steph's still there.
All right, Steph beat you.
Yeah.
Like,
that's a great point.
Then you got the Mike Brown dynamic. There's a lot of different things that you can handle if you lose to the Warriors. Dallas isn't good. I think the sample size is big enough. Like that, we talked about, there's nothing that could disappoint us. I don't know, man. Every time I see Dallas, it's like, God, you have to have Luka and Kyrie score 80 something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great point. I do agree with that.
I don't know if the Thunder beating the Thunder, losing to the Thunder wouldn't be disappointing too, but
I would just be kind of just sitting there with my hands on my hips. I'll still Thunder like, huh? What?
That's path number 1 to not being taken seriously next year is to lose to the Oklahoma City Thunder in the first round. My biggest takeaway from last night's game, Boston's really good.
They are really good.
That's what I got. If that's the thing that gets Boston going, good for them. They got a hell of a fight ahead of them in the Eastern Conference playoffs. Listening to Domas last night, it sounded like they had a plan for Boston, but were really struggling to execute it.
Well, it's funny you say that because he talked about how they were putting the little guy on there messing up their pick and roll situation. I noticed that early. They were like had Tatum on them. They had what's my dude, the shooter?
Derek White.
They had Derek White on them.
Game.
And I said, if y'all don't dump that ball down to Sabonis and punish them boys. But I guess that somehow would get them out of their offense, and they weren't doing it. And Jimmy Cozier got him. He got him. He said, we can put White on there. They're not going to dump it down to him. They're not going to punish him. He was right. I didn't like that by the Kings on the offensive end. Sabonis should have been destroying those guys in the post.
I'll also say this to our guy, Domas, who, as you said, I'm sure was tired. We've been begging for Domas to get to the free throw line. I don't think he got there enough last night, but he's got to make it when he does.
Yeah, there's that.
2 of 6 ain't going to do it.
There's that.
He's got to, again, not the difference between this team winning and losing. The fact that Domas doesn't shoot 10 free throws a game is pretty insane, given the beating that he takes.
Yeah, it's my guy. You know that. I'm going to preference it. But I need 80% free throw shooting De'Aaron Fox to come back.
Yeah. Well, wait, didn't he do that last night?
He was 4 or 5. I'm just saying it because lately it hasn't been the case. So he did a good job last night of getting back there.
Okay.
I want that guy back. And I want 90% Malik Monk back too.
Yeah, that's a weird one. Malik missed a couple of free throws like a week ago, and it feels like it's been a struggle for him ever since. Like he needs a deli talk. We'll come back. We'll look at the schedule tonight. There's a lot happening tonight. Ja's back, Luka's back, Cat's back. We'll talk about all of it and look at what this all means for Sacramento. As D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, continues here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
De'Aaron in March, 66% from the free throw line. That's, I don't know how many games. Looks like about 10 games. I always say math is unfair, though. Like it's really unfair.
Math is unfair?
Math is unfair because one game he hit 3 or 4, and that's 75%. Come on, man. 3 or 4 should be like 80%. 4 of 6 is 66%. That's not fair. That doesn't feel like 66%. 4 of 6 does not feel like awful. Math is unfair, bro.
Casey gonna petition to get the percentages raised up from 4 for 6.
Math is unfair. That's not indicative.
Responding to our guy Gary here.
Shout out, Gary. What do you mean, what am I talking about? I'm just talking about like math is what it is, but it doesn't seem fair. If I'm just in your mind, if I hit 4 of 6, that doesn't feel like it should be 66%. That's what it is. You can't change what it is. I'm just saying 4 of 6 does not feel like 66%. If I said somebody was shooting 66% from the free throw line, I'd be like, that's awful. If I said he made 4 of 6 from the free throw line, I wouldn't say that's awful. You guys understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it just doesn't make a lot of sense.
Honestly, I get what Kenny's saying.
No, I know what he's saying. It just doesn't make sense.
Like, yeah, let's make 4 for 6, like maybe 78% or something.
You can't
like that.
change.
We do that.
You can't change
there's
math.
nothing we can do about it. I understand it. I'm just saying they don't feel the same. They don't feel equal. Rob, you're not missing out.
What the hell is this?
You're not missing out on anything in the Odyssey office today. I think Kimberly is the only one here.
I think she left. Her desk is clear. I just looked at Stacy's IG pic, and she's doing like some sort of like leadership summit.
Yeah, the panel joint.
Presented by Bonneville.
Whose side is
What the hell is going on here? Presented by who?
Whose side is she on? They're trying to bring everybody together, I guess. There's representatives of all the major companies. She's one of them.
I see that. Yeah.
It's like when the gang leaders have a
Stacy and whoever
have a
runs
meeting
Bonneville are going to be
from all
tying
the
their flags
hoods.
together.
Mm-hmm.
all the gang leaders meet
Stacy.
from all the hoods and try and have a truce.
Stacy about to hit Steve with a stone cold stunner. Give him the old Buddy Hield treatment. Yeah. Creator of WeBuyFollowers.com is there. Hit the thumbs up while you're here.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to ride with us?
That's so funny. It's right. 4 of 6 does not sound that bad. But it's a D.
That's when you go home.
As David says it's a D.
Yeah, you tell your parents that day. Oh, I just missed 2 on the test.
I just missed 2 on the test.
I use that line quite a bit.
How many questions was on it? 3. Just 3.
Well, Tyler, I mean, there are people who don't have to deal with the English language.
Yeah, English language is tough.
Isn't Spanish like the easiest? Like makes the most sense, I think they say. I don't know. They always say it's easy for, like, if you teach, like if I have Ryan and we start teaching her Spanish, it's easy for her to pick that up.
It's so funny. You hit the nail on the head. Guess what Ashlock's response was?
What?
The clay pick. I see that. Hey, you called it.
When the old heads try to hang on, they got to resort to the past.
Clay, the Warriors and Warrior fans are like maybe a year away from talking about the teams in this era that couldn't beat the 2016, 17, 18 teams. They're that close to becoming those guys.
When that future staring you right in the face, and reality staring you in the face, like Clay know he can't keep up with Dylan Brooks no more. That's why he's talking about the past.
We'll tell this to Matt and Bonta and Kyle and all of them. Y'all better cherish your time with Steph Curry, because Lord have mercy when it comes to an end.
Them dangerous days are coming back soon.
Y'all fell into the greatest contract in the history of professional sports. Literally a 1 of 1. Never happened before.
Yeah.
Hasn't happened since. Almost certainly will never happen again. Cherish this moment.
Hey,
enjoy it, fellas.
Them
ladies and gentlemen.
Them Larry Hughes days are right around the corner. Right around the corner. Them Larry Hughes days.
Man.
Them Mookie Blaylock days are right around the corner. Chris Mills walking through that door.
Enjoy it. Enjoy it, guys.
Andrew DeClerc walking through that door.
Are these real people?
Bimbo Coles walking through that door.
Bimbo Coles. Leave Bimbo Coles alone. He ain't bothered anybody. Can I just take like 2 seconds to thank everyone? An email from our terrific promotions person, Megan, who says, "We're at full capacity. We cannot raise this thing anymore. It is officially sold out. We didn't sell anything." So there's a couple of notes regarding our watch party, April 5th at the Fieldhouse American Sports Pub. Next week we'll be doing a contest. We'll be giving away, like, they're calling them like VIP booths, right? So that's guaranteed seating. All this different stuff.
That seems like it's going to be big. Like if you win that,
you're going to
get that guaranteed seating. That'd be a good look.
You're going to want to enter that contest. We're going to be doing that next week. 2, if you still want to be a part of the event, you absolutely can. We were trying to figure out, do we need to block off an area in the restaurant? How big does the area need to be? And the emphatic answer is no. The Fieldhouse American Sports Pub on April 5th is ours. We are filling it up with the Chattyhouse. Party officially starts at 5. Get there early. Stress it a little bit further. Get there very early. And you'll be good to go, man. But we're going to have a great time. Got word, we mentioned Kyle Matson. He's going to come hang out with us that day. I think I got word. We'll get confirmation tomorrow. I think Olivia's coming.
That's what's up.
Maybach O is coming to the.
O is going to be in now. That's like middle of the week. Maybach O too.
Yeah, that's big time. So make your plans to be with us April 5th. Again, it's first come first serve. You're going to have to get there very, very early, even if you registered. But point being, thank you so much for registering for that event and showing the field house that we can fill up that joint with our adult people and have a great time watching Sacramento Kings basketball.
And you know what? Shout out to you guys, because, pull back the curtain just a little bit. Your response to everything that we do, if you guys really enjoy this stuff, this shows the people like, damn, we should do this again. People really want to do this, so let's set up something else. You know what I mean? Like, people showing out and supporting shows that there's a demand for these type of things in the city. And like, when I first moved back here from LA, like I was like, man, where can I go watch a game? Like, where there was nothing going on, right? Like, in the house, that's where you watch the game. There was nobody meeting up and having a good time and stuff like that. Partly because the Kings were no good, but now they're good, and people want to have that feeling of watching it with people. And thankfully, we could bring that to you a little bit, and you guys showing up shows people there's a demand for it, and hopefully we could do these things more.
Yeah, y'all have made D'Lo and KC the Rock 1999 levels hot right now. And that's all because of you guys. They didn't take us seriously for 3 years, but we throw one event at Sky River, open up a registration for American for the Field House American Sports Pub, and now we're the hottest thing in the building. That's all because of y'all, man. We appreciate it.
That's love.
Company
man.
Still wouldn't take us seriously if it wasn't for you.
They wouldn't. Shout out to Sold Out. We should get somebody should make an Instagram.
Shout out to who?
Sold Out. Instagram thing, like and put KC. D'Lo and KC Sold Out, like the old pay-per-view. Sold Out.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. I think that was Sold Out though, like SOULED.
Oh, that's how they spell it?
I think so.
Okay.
Which is very funny. Like the Southern Wrestling Company had a pay-per-view called Sold Out. I think that could be wrong. I need to Google it. There's no way I can't let that sit on my. Yep, that's how it was spelled.
These dudes was really at the Sturgis thing, man.
Not only were they
that was kind of sick and wild at the same time.
No, what was sick was that they put Booker T and Stevie Ray out there.
Bro,
they put
my guys out of there.
They put Harlem Heat in the middle of a biker rally. Yeah.
Whew.
That went well. That went well. Brenden Nunes is going to join us coming up in about 20 minutes or so. Brenden Nunes came out to Sky River Casino on Friday. That was a terrific surprise to see him out there. Joe Davidson came out. I don't know if we thanked Joe Davidson on the air.
Joe Davidson and his lovely bride to be.
Yeah, they came through, hung out, trying to get some time with Kenny. Don't know if they ever got it.
I talked to Joe D.
Okay. I went over to get you, got stopped 5 times on my way to you, kept trying to go tell you that Joe was here, turned around, saw you got stopped 5 times. Like, man, I hope Joe hasn't left.
It was crazy. It was great. And shout out to the moms over at the Ball Academy. They came to support. Shout
out to the aunts too.
Well, okay.
You better get your boy, Casey.
Yeah,
you better get your boy.
What? What? Well, I don't know what the problem is. You were shouting out the moms. I was shouting out the aunts. Oh no, what's wrong with that?
Shout out to the moms over at TBA. Oh, the kids were at the game last night too.
At the Celtics Kings game? Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah. I wish they would have had it.
Well, the Black Youth Leadership Project was there too. They were doing job shadowing. I was like, oh man, really wish they could have done this at a different game.
You say that, it reminds me of it reminds me of the what was the name of the because you said project. It reminds me of On Power. What was the name of the Queens, the something that Councilman Tate was trying?
Yeah, wasn't it the Queens Project? It wasn't the Queens Bridge Project, was it?
It was I don't know. We'll figure it out. Somebody in the chat would have watched.
I think Councilman Tate's getting his own power.
He might.
I think counts. Yeah, I think that's happening.
Oregon State kills that role.
It's funnier that they brought in his brother to play his brother. The show's kind of gotten lazy.
No, I tell you, you hadn't seen that first episode, man. That first episode is wild, bro.
Is it Quinn's Child Project?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
There
That's
we
it.
go.
That's the
Shout
one.
out Jesse. That's what I thought of. I was like, oh, the Queen's Child Project was at the
That's
Kings
not,
game.
the Black Youth Leadership Project is not the Queen's Child Project. It is not. It is not a front for drug money. Like it was in Power. After 51 games, Karl Anthony-Towns is returning tonight.
Welcome back.
Karl Anthony-Towns told Ramona Shelburne it's taken so long. There was a big setback. They basically had to start over during the rehab process. And that's why it's taken so long for him to get back here.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you think that means for Minnesota? Minnesota better?
Well,
I mean,
you know, one of the things are, and I understand what we always talk about, as far as like, it's not just so seamless to bring somebody in, but I'll always take that over the person not being there, especially a highly talented guy like Karl Anthony-Towns. So it may not work. It may mess some things up or whatever, but I'd sure like to have him around to find out, you know, as opposed to not having him
for
around.
sure.
So I think they'll be all right. Like, I don't think they're gonna like go.
Doesn't seem like they're gonna get worse,
right? I don't think they're gonna go spiraling at the end of the season. I don't know if it's gonna catapult them.
That was the other
but
question.
I think they'll be around. Is Ant back yet?
No,
I don't
think so. Actually, I'm gonna check because they play Atlanta. Let me check the injury report real quick. Talk amongst yourselves.
Tim Zoo.
I knew. I would have bet anything that you were going to do that.
I gotta say Tim Zoo's name as much as possible.
Tim Zoo. I have no clue who that is, but he does numbers. He does numbers.
We're gonna get Tim on the show.
We need to get Tim on.
If Ricky Starks can happen, anything can happen at this point. Ant-Man listed as questionable.
Okay.
Listed as questionable. I mean, Karl Anthony-Towns is listed as questionable too.
Ramsey brings up a good point that went over my head for a quick second. Minnesota will be in Sacramento on Monday night.
It's a good point.
So Cat will be there.
Yeah.
Maybe Ant-Man will be there.
Yeah. I'm gonna do one more
quick
search on Anthony
Did you see
Edwards.
what I tweeted out? And some people, here's another word for you, took umbrage with what I had to say. I wasn't saying it was easy, but it just is what it is. I said, after Friday, the Kings will be done with what a lot of people thought was the hardest part of their schedule after the All-Star break. And I'm not saying they're cakewalks or anything like that, but just purely Trista Crick, BetMGM, they should be the favorite in every game for the rest of the season moving forward.
Including Monday when the Minnesota Timberwolves will get here, and there's a belief Ant-Man will play tonight. Sorry, I just wanted to close the book on that. Ant-Man may go tonight.
Good for him. I'm glad to see him back.
So they made it through the toughest part of the schedule.
They made it at, what, 11-4?
I mean, you still got Phoenix Friday.
No, I said after Friday.
Oh, I'm sorry.
After Friday.
Okay. Yeah. You still got business to take care of.
Yeah.
You know, you still got games to win.
Games.
And that's the thing, you know, that's it. You can't let your first true letdown of the season happen at the end of the season. You want to head into the playoffs with momentum. And I think, you know, De'Aaron's talked about this regarding health, you know, because De'Aaron has been very proactive in talking about the playoffs in a win sense and not in a if sense. And he talked about, you know, you want to be healthy when going into the playoffs, and you want to be playing well going into the playoffs and doing all of those things. And I think one thing that I took away from De'Aaron and Domas last night, particularly De'Aaron, was like, they just beat us. They beat us in every facet of the game. They beat us on all the hustle plays. Like, there's no metric that you could use that they didn't beat us at. Very aware of what happened on the floor. You know what I mean? And I think when you're, and you know, we talked about Domas a minute ago, talking in the sense that he talked about the Kings as if they had a plan for Boston. They just really, really struggled to execute it. And in some cases just flat out didn't. And when that happens, to me, it puts you in my mind, not having been in the locker room before, it puts you in a far better position to correct it. It puts you in a far better position to move on from it, knowing rather than being dumbfounded, walking back to the locker room like, hey, how did we just get our ass kicked? Everyone knows why they got beat last night, meaning everyone in that locker room from Mike Brown on down knows why they got beat. And I think that is one of the most positive things you could take moving forward. Friday is another really, really tough game. I think they've got a lot of things to correct. I think they know everything that they need to correct. And I also think that they know Phoenix is going to come in on one. And Phoenix needs that game.
Yeah.
It'd be nice for Sacramento to have. Phoenix needs it. That's the one thing that concerns me a little bit about Friday is the dynamic of comfort, right? Not to suggest that the Sacramento Kings are comfortable, but Phoenix isn't dead yet from a 3 or a 2. Well, but probably from a 2, but from a 3, they're not dead yet. They're really not. Their schedule is tough, but you lose Friday. You kind of are.
Goodbye.
Yeah, you kind of are.
So those
and that may not matter to them. I have no. They may not care if it's 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. That may not even faze them.
Right.
Because their goal is being in the finals and nothing else.
And they want to play well. They want to win. But they're also looking at it as, we're going to get there. We have confidence that no matter what the matchup is, no matter what the seeding is, we can run through the Western Conference. I'm sure that's how they're looking at it. But yeah, Friday's a big game for them. I think I saw somewhere where DeAndre Ayton is dealing with something. And he may not make the trip with them. The trip starts tonight, I think, in Los Angeles.
It does, yeah.
So, that would be interesting.
I knew he was dealing with something. I didn't hear the line. I didn't read the line about not making the trip. I'll see if I can get you the latest on DeAndre Ayton here.
Yeah, so that would be one less situation and player that you have to deal with on Friday, possibly. But I think the Kings are going to be charged up on Friday. They'll be ready to.
Oh yeah, he didn't travel.
Yeah,
he did not travel.
All right, so that means, what's his name, Lyman and Bismack Biyombo being around for Phoenix. Phoenix got an important game tonight.
Yeah, that's the Lakers. Yeah, the Lakers game.
Who he root for?
Yeah, I don't think you and I feel the same on this one.
Yeah, I'm rooting for the Suns.
I think I'm rooting for the Lakers.
Nah, because there's a real chance Lakers might miss the play-in. I want to see them out.
That feels vengeful rather than strategic. That doesn't feel like a strategic move. It feels like a vengeful move.
If the Suns win tonight, they're 3 games back of the Kings. For 3.
Yeah, with the Kings not playing tonight, it'd be 4, right? Because they'd get half a game with the Kings not playing.
Oh, okay.
So I think it's 4.
Oh yeah. It's 4. Hell yeah, win, Suns. I don't care.
Okay.
Hell yeah, we'll get that W. What they say out there? Run the Valley. I don't know what they say.
I don't know what they say.
Hashtag Valley up.
So the Suns are. Is that a thing?
I don't know.
Suns, they're in LA tonight. They've got, obviously, they're here Friday. Then they host Philly. Also, they have 2 games against Denver left. So there's a not a full look at the Phoenix Suns schedule, but a little peek at what they got ahead. That's tough. You've got to deal with Philadelphia in the way that they're playing right now. There's a game in Utah on there. There's Minnesota still on here. There's a game at Oklahoma City on there. They really, wow.
To your
they
point,
only got. Sorry, Casey. They got San Antonio.
Yeah.
Right. That's the only game of their remaining 3, 6, 9, 11.
that isn't gonna matter for the other team.
Yeah. That's the
to
only
your
one.
point about Memphis, I think we were talking about yesterday, playing teams that are just done. And not doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
Phoenix doesn't have that situation.
Mm-mm.
And Phoenix hasn't played great.
And this is the first of two in LA. They not in a row. They've got two games against. They've got two games remaining. Counting tonight, they got two games remaining against the Lakers.
And Phoenix hasn't played good basketball as of late. They had a rough loss to Oklahoma City on what was that, Sunday?
Well, how much do you think you know what I mean when I say it? You turned your team upside down, right? And then it's like, all right, it's cool. We got Kevin Durant. We saw signs really quickly. Oh, Lord, there it is. And then, like, you lose KD in one of the strangest ways imaginable. That has to, as tested as this team is, through triumph of 2 years ago getting to the finals, to heartbreak of losing a Game 7, being humiliated in a Game 7 last year, to kind of this point where you had a couple of young star potential players that you flipped for one of the most established players, astonishing players in the league, and then to not really have a chance to get a feel for what this all looks like is that has to be difficult for them to play through. I don't care how tested. I don't care what sort of talks they're getting from Monty Williams. That's got to be tough.
Yeah, just trying to figure it out. Figure it out on the fly,
and then knowing you're going to have to figure it out again, though.
Yeah, for sure, man. So they're struggling. They're struggling right now, and they're trying to get through it and get to the end of the season. Much to like what you were talking about, there is a level of like we're kind of, I don't want to say they're locked into the 4, but especially with Paul George going down, I don't know if the Clippers have enough to catch them. And even then, like if you're Phoenix, you're in 4 or 5 probably. So Phoenix probably isn't looking at it like we need home court advantage to advance. We would like it. We're going to play to try to get it. But if we end up going to the 5, we can play in LA and win a series. We could do that. Teams on that level don't necessarily stress about home court advantage.
The Clippers have 2 against Memphis on a Wednesday and a Friday, both in Memphis. And this really started last night. You know who has a really strong say in all of this? Clippers, Warriors, Suns.
The Thunder.
The Thunder.
Play a lot of these teams.
Yeah.
Which, if we're playing that game, that could be tough for the Thunder. They got to play all these teams.
Yeah. The Lakers sneaky do too. The Lakers.
Here we go.
The Lakers are going to have every chance to do this. They're going to have whether they do it. I'm not saying whether they're going to do it or not. I'm saying they're going to have every chance to do it on their own without looking to the scoreboard for help.
And here we go again. The Lakers have the easiest schedule of basketball somehow. I don't know. I don't know how this computes.
I don't know where that stat comes from or how we get there. I feel like this is the 47th time OK Lake Show we've looked at this. But they've got Phoenix, they got Oklahoma City. They've got 2 versus Chicago.
No, I'm looking at something else. My bad.
2 versus Chicago. The second game of that Chicago is the start of a road trip where they're at Chicago, at Minnesota, at Houston, at Utah, and then at the Clippers. They end at home versus Phoenix and Utah. So,
and it has changed a little bit.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Chicago's playing for something.
Yeah, Chicago's 10.
So
they're playing solid basketball.
Every team they have left is playing for something.
Yeah, and it has moved. The Lakers now have the 24th toughest schedule in the league. The Cavs now have the easiest schedule in the league.
I need to see what this looks like. I have to go see what the Cavs schedule is then. I have to. I don't understand.
The Kings are now down to 22.
I hate this metric. This is
22nd easiest schedule in the league.
This is so dumb. This metric is so dumb.
And the funny thing is, on some of these things, like the Lakers, they include, obviously, I think they're going by winning percentage and nothing else. but they include the Bulls
Okay.
as the easy team.
See, this makes sense. Cleveland ends their season against Indiana, Orlando, Charlotte. They've got Houston here in the mix too. That makes sense. There is no schedule over the next week and a half, 2 weeks that's going to get easier than Cleveland's.
You know who's right next to Cleveland?
Now I'm gonna look. Who?
OKC.
Now wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is there like a
Break-
number?
Break this. We'll break it down during the break, and then we'll have everything.
Tell me what to do. I'm gonna break it down right now. It's Oklahoma City. Clippers, Lakers, Portland. Okay, yeah, all right, okay.
Well, look, they got the Lakers in there as like an easy opponent,
but they've got Charlotte. It's the question with so few games. It's like, do you have one or two that are the dead teams?
Mm-hmm.
You've got Charlotte, Detroit. There's two, and you've got Indiana, who's done.
This thing is ass backwards. Really
I don't
is.
disagree.
No, it is. Because they got the Mavs. It's a hard game.
Well, all right, Brenden. Well,
they're not even in the playoffs.
Well, that's but what's their record? 500.
But then they have Minnesota in the easy bracket.
Okay, dude, I don't get it. I don't understand. Maybe Brenden Nunes can explain it to us. He joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on ESPN 1320.
Jesse, Philadelphia has the easiest or the toughest schedule remaining.
Well, let's see what that looks like.
Philadelphia is also perennial playoff chokers.
They don't have any. They got two easy opponents, and it's the Bulls and the Raptors. Damn.
Jeez. What's their toughest game? They got
Bucks, Celtics, Nuggets, Nets, Suns, and Heat.
And this is Philly. Yeah, they're on the road or hitting the road at Chicago, at Golden State, at Phoenix, at Denver, Dallas, Toronto, at Milwaukee, Boston, Miami, at Atlanta, at Brooklyn. 10 a.m. Brooklyn versus Philadelphia, Sunday, April 9th.
I'll be watching that. Very nostalgic. Like the Kings, 10 games remaining. 10 games remaining. Their toughest games are the Nuggets, which isn't going to be tough at all. The Suns, the Warriors, and the Mavericks. Their easiest opponents, Spurs, 2 games against the Blazers, 1 against the Pelicans, 1 against the Jazz, 1 against the Timberwolves. So it's going to get really easy after Monday, allegedly. It doesn't matter if you're playing the Little Sisters of the Poor, Blind Sisters of the Poor. You got to win the games, man. This Contigo is awesome. It keeps this thing at least warm, if not hot.
You drinking coffee?
3-4 hours. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did I send Brenden his? Let's see. Brenden. Sent. There he is.
HBK. Check out the merchandise.
Let's see where you can get them hoodies at. GDubDesigns.com. That's where you can get those hoodies we were showing to you. It's pretty dope.
Does he have an IG at all?
Yeah. No. I just clicked on it and it said sorry, page isn't available. We'll look into it a little bit further. Let's get our man Brenden in here. The Heartbreak Kid. What's up, B?
HBK.
How you doing, man?
Oh, was muted. I'm doing good, man. What about yourself?
We're doing good, baby.
Man. We're good, man.
Good.
Always good to see. Appreciate you coming out on Friday, man. It was good to see you.
Did you win anything at the tables?
Man, I did. I came out all right.
Hey.
Yeah.
What'd you play?
I just played blackjack.
Oh.
Yeah. I like roulette, but they're weird with all the cards and everything there, so I don't know.
I might have to. I wanted to get to the table last time we were there, but that didn't materialize.
This is hilarious. the longest play in the history of the NFL, which looks like a 109-yard kickoff return, is finished before Giannis shoots a free throw.
Oh my gosh!
See if you guys can see this.
That's amazing.
Oh, that's not.
Whoa, that ain't it.
Whoa.
Oh,
oh, there we go.
Wait a minute.
That was the real.
Yeah, sure.
That was the real.
Oh, this is amazing. This is tremendous.
To even have the idea to put those side by side is hilarious.
That's awesome. Now, hang on, B. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We welcome in the Heartbreak Kid, Brenden Nunes, of course, of the King's Beat podcast and the King's Pulse podcast. And sneaky enough, a Boston Celtics fan.
Whoa.
Ain't nothing wrong.
I ain't forget that.
Ain't nothing
I remember
wrong
that's
with
how I was
that.
introduced to him.
Ain't nothing wrong with being a Celtics fan. That's all right.
He was in the crowd.
You do
He was in the crowd yesterday making all that noise.
Yeah, well, he might have been him and Jesse Tapia next to each other cheering on their C's.
Him, Jesse, Tony Zip Terrace, the whole crew.
Man, cold world. Well, thanks for joining us, Brenden. Always great to see you. Do you have? Are you disheartened at all by the loss yesterday for Sacramento?
No, man. It was the 5th game in 7 nights, which, I'm not as vet as James or Sean, but I've never heard of anything like that. That's a ridiculous schedule you're dealing with. And it's Boston. I know they're struggling a little bit post All-Star break compared to their standards, but they just got Robert Williams back, and I'm sure he's still getting into a rhythm, but he's a big part of their team. This is one of those teams that not only is just phenomenal themselves, but I think specifically the size gives Sacramento such a disadvantage, and they're never going to come out and blame it on that, as they shouldn't. But 5 games in 7 nights definitely seemed like it played a factor.
And you know what? The other thing, because people always talking about playoff basketball and this introduction to playoff basketball, well, there's a couple of things with that, right? Like, number one, this isn't the NCAA tournament. If this was the playoffs, that'd be one game in the best of 7.
Yeah.
And it would be on Mike Brown and that coaching staff and those players to bounce back. Once again, talk about playoff basketball. We see a lot of times in the playoffs where teams get blown out in a game, come back and either win the next game or win the series or whatever. So it's not inconceivable, if we're talking about playoff basketball, that this happens in the playoffs. Doesn't mean the Kings would lose a series or, even lose the next game or anything like that. It's just one of those things that kind of happens. So I'm also not discouraged, Brenden.
I'm at the point where, I really think they could be competitive in every game, no matter who it is. And I think that translates to a series. I'm not saying they could beat anybody in a series. You could get swept and it be a competitive sweep. You know what I mean? But 109 is not a typical night for the Kings on the offensive end. And credit to Boston's defense, but 24 points in the 4th quarter. And, they called it halfway through, but 22 in that 2nd quarter. It's just in how physical Boston is. They had a little bit of rest. Again, I thought that size was a big advantage in Boston's favor there. So this just wasn't a typical night. And I think that's understandable. But if it was a series, obviously I'm still favoring Boston, but the Kings were in this game, and I think dealing with some tough circumstances.
I think one of we talked about being disheartened. One of the biggest positives that I take from this is the Celtics, 76ers, Bucks. They're not in the West. There's no team like them in the West. And I can't, if you asked, Denver versus Boston, I'm going to take Boston. Denver versus Philly, I'm going to take Philly. Denver versus Milwaukee, I'm going to take Milwaukee. I'm going to do that with virtually every team in the Western Conference. That's one of the things that gives me so much confidence about the Sacramento Kings in the Western Conference playoffs.
Yeah.
Like you talk about the ability to win any game that they're in, which translates to a series, the ability to win a series. I think that's just the toughest teams in the league are in the East, and the Kings have shown they could put up points on anybody in the West.
I think the same. And all these other teams in the West have a lot of question marks surrounding them. And Sacramento have their own question marks, but like you look at Denver and they look somewhat similar to Sacramento come post All-Star break. Like they are really struggling on the defensive end. They have that same question. Memphis, like just getting Ja back, but not only that, Steven Adams and Brandon Clark. Phoenix is not going to have much time to mesh. We'll see when Paul George comes back. That 2 to 3 weeks is just reevaluated. That's not coming back in 2 to 3 weeks. So we'll see what ends up happening there. And you keep going down the line. So I feel the same way as you, D-Lo, that I think the East comes out on top at the end of the year, but there's a very big difference in physicality, and just that top of the East really stands out compared to the top of the West for me.
Yeah. One of the things I saw last night that I did not like, and I want to get your view on this. I don't think it's anything new in the Sacramento Kings world, but I mean, they really struggled matching up with Tatum and Brown, or Tatum and or Brown, right? They didn't have any answer. Harrison Barnes, who I'm just going to say maybe the travel and the schedule caught up with him a little bit because he was a step slow last night. Boston knew that. They took advantage of that. And even Keegan Murray, I looked at the way Keegan was defending one-on-one on the island against Jalen and or Jason Tatum, and it was barbecue chicken. Like they were seeking out the rookie as well. I don't think at this point in his career he can handle those type of guys. Once again, you talk about East and the West and the different teams you play. We broke it down, Damon. You won't see many situations like that with two high-level wing players like that, because that's what makes the Celtics great and a problem for the whole NBA. But was that something that kind of stuck out to you last night, that it doesn't feel like they have anybody that can match up with some of these wing scorers?
Absolutely. And I don't think that's the most surprising thing to any of us going into that game. You know, wing defense had been a question mark for a while with this team, but as you mentioned, HB didn't look great. And Keegan is kind of what they ended up sticking with at the end of that game. I thought he had some okay moments. He either did all right, or there was a couple times I thought that foul trouble really got to him. And Kessler is typically the one guy had been recently, Kessler Edwards, that you look at and it's like, okay, maybe this is the best option. He played 5 minutes in that first quarter, got 2 fouls on Tatum, and then got pulled pretty quick. And it seemed like every time he went out there, he was dealing with some foul trouble. And it's little stuff. You know, Boston does the James Harden BS of putting the ball all the way out there before you lift your hands. And, you know, that's how people play now. So you got to really make sure you're pulling your hands back there. And Kessler struggled a little bit in that aspect as well. So I thought that Keegan was your best option probably towards the stretch of that game, but that says a lot because Keegan was struggling in his own right. It's just definitely an area that Sacramento struggles. I actually thought Davion Mitchell did a really good job on Jaylen Brown, and I never would have predicted that coming into the game with that size advantage, but matched physicality and to be able to guard up like that, I thought was really encouraging.
Appreciate you listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. You can watch the video version of the show on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Casey, I think this is a perfect time to piggyback off of your question that you asked earlier regarding Kessler Edwards and Terrence Davis, and it was kind of your thought, so I don't want to steal it. But I think that's if you bring that into this conversation with Brenden, I'd be curious what B thought.
Yeah, B, I just kind of talked about how I like Kessler. I like what he brings to the table. I like him in the rotation. But when you talk about him with that starting unit, if Herder's not ready to come back on Friday, I would think about putting TD in there. Just for the simple fact of just looking at the offense and the dribble handoffs and things of that nature, it clearly doesn't look the same with Kessler in those dribble handoff situations and the spacing that, or lack thereof, that he's able to provide for that offense. Also, you end up doing it a lot with Keegan Murray with Herder out there. And you know my thing, I've never said defense doesn't matter, but I think almost as much as possible for this particular Kings team this year, 2022-23 Kings teams, for them to be what they can be. They need to maximize what they can do offensively almost all the time they're out there. And I know they want to have some defensive lineups and play defense, but I look at the situation with the starter and I'm like, I think I might go with Terrence Davis because it helps open up things for Fox, Sabonis, and just keep things moving a little more fluidly on the offensive end with with Kevin Huerter out. What do you think about that, Brenden?
I definitely see where you're coming from. You know, I'm a big proponent of like, don't try so hard to cover up your weaknesses that you lose your strengths in the process. And I think that's kind of points to your what you're getting at here. And one thing that stood out post game that I don't feel like I've ever heard Coach Brown say is that like we were passing up good shots and then dribbling into their defense and then making mistakes from there. Terrence Davis, I promise you, was never going to pass up a shot. So if you feel like you need more of that out there and you need guys that are going to help contribute to that offensively, I would have no issues with TD being the one out there. In my mind, the logic with Kessler is like, we need to figure out what we have here before we reach the postseason. They talked about like, I wish that we got a chance to put him on Lauri Markkanen to see what his versatility is like. It's good that he got Beal. It's good that he got Bridges. But I really think with Kessler that it's not like a long-term thing where if someone else was not available down the line that it would for sure be Kessler. I really think it's a trying to figure out what we have right here while we still do have a couple games that we can not play with, but you have more wiggle room obviously than you would in the postseason. So I'm very much open to TD being that guy, but I think you notice pretty quick if it's not a TD game and then go in a different direction. But you could say the same thing with Kessler.
Yeah, Terrence really rarely gets the opportunity to shoot out of something. And I think part of that is because Terrence is rarely shot out of something. I think Brendan's point is spectacular. Like, when TD's hot and you know right away. We made the same point with Malik Monk earlier. Brenden, you brought up Davion Mitchell a few minutes ago. What's been your takeaway from him? I feel like he's been playing incredible I feel like he's been playing really, really good since the All-Star break. And he has he's always good on defense, but it feels that's heightened a little bit. And his offense even has gotten a little bit more crisper, even still with those limited opportunities.
Yeah, most of his buckets, I think 10 of his 13 came in that second quarter. We've seen moments where he just gets hot. I think there's 4 games this year that Davion has 15 plus. The Kings have won every single one of those games. And I don't think that's a coincidence. And Coach Brown, I was surprised, came out post game and talked about how Davion maybe has played the best on both ends of the floor combined out of anybody in these last handful of games. And kind of looking into it a little bit, obviously, what he gives you on the defensive end, but offensively, it's been 4 games now where Davion doesn't have a turnover. And I think just little things like that. And he's got 6 assists in that time, which isn't a crazy ratio or anything, but I think just not doing too much on offense is the most important thing to me with Davion. And he's always playing with Domantas Sabonis. He always gets to play with that other playmaker, right? Because Davion plays in place of Fox. If Fox isn't out there, Sabonis will be. So I think him having that other playmaker and just really getting accustomed to playing off the ball rather than needing 3 or 4 dribbles to get into a rhythm has been important. And again, just not doing too much because what you get defensively from Davion out there, and you just have to not be frustrating or ruining the flow on offense, which I'm not saying he did that all the time prior or anything, but I think there were moments and he's cleaned that up a lot recently in my mind.
Yeah. I love the way he was playing, the confidence he was playing with last night. You could see it in the shot. And like I talked about, Brenden, you're always going to get the defense from him. And I don't want to make it like whatever you get on offense is gravy because, you want him to, be solid on the offensive end. He can't be a complete zero, a complete negative, and that be a good thing. But I don't need him to have 12 points a night. I don't need him to be this big scorer off the bench because of what he can do on the defensive end. And I think he's trending up with what I think he's going to deliver in the playoffs. I'm looking forward to see what Davion can do in the playoffs when the game slows down. That's going to help him even more. You want to get into a half-court game with Davion Mitchell guarding you? All right, cool. I'll take my chances there.
I feel a lot better about a Davion shot when he's had 4 dribbles rather than if it's off the catch. I don't like those 4 dribbles itself, but I feel better about that shot independently when he gets into a rhythm. So I think that, to your point, like, you got it on the defensive end. Just be neutral on offense at least, and that's positive production.
Yeah.
Is there can you be disappointed this year given the way this season has gone for Sacramento so far and how close we are to the end of the regular season?
If you can, then probably need some therapy or something, man. Like, you got some deeper rooted issues. I don't know how can you?
You could lose to Dallas in the first round.
That is a little
I don't
disappointing.
think Dallas is good. Like, Dallas, I honestly think, is the only team. Like, Oklahoma City, like you said, I'd probably be scratching my head over. Dallas, I think I'd be angry because I just don't think Dallas
frustrated,
is good.
though.
Yeah.
I don't know if that'd be disappointing, though.
But if you took a step back, right, it's still like, man, what a year. Like, Dallas is the favorable matchup to me too. But as long as you don't get smacked in the first round, a competitive 7-game series against Dallas, would I be that mad that you lost to Luka and Kyrie? Like,
I'd be mad.
It wouldn't feel good. Yeah, right. I wouldn't be happy, but yeah.
But to that point, like, and this is what we kind of talk about, Damien, because hopefully this is the case, right? Hopefully this is the beginning of what's going on. This is the only time we can feel like this, right? Like, if the Kings are good next year and they make the playoffs, we will be disappointed in a first round exit. But I think about that, I try not to, participation trophy this whole thing, but come on, man. Like, they're about to be playoff games in Sacramento for the first time in 16 years. They did enough to take away all suspense and all this other stuff where they didn't have to be in the play-in. They've got home court. They're going to start the playoffs at home. I mean, this is what I asked for. I said by any means necessary at the end of last season to get to this point. They got mission accomplished.
And they didn't have to do anything crazy. They didn't have to do anything crazy to get to this point.
Mission accomplished, man. Now you try to handle the next mission. Now you create a new mission. But if you don't get that this year, all right, let this be the start of something.
I'm very interested to see what the eventual arc is, like what expectations look like going into next year, because I do think some other teams in the West have also underperformed, and that's not taking anything away from Sacramento. I think that they've been great in their own right, but it's going to be interesting to see how expectations continue to develop moving forward, because to Kenny's point, and I think it's a great one, like, this is the only year that it's going to feel like this. After this, expectations are there. The 16 years isn't talked about anymore, at least to the same extent. And you could write it off right now to a lack of playoff experience. That goes away next year.
Yeah, you a year ago we were covering Puke Guy, and now here we are gearing up. And the conference conversation is interesting because obviously Phoenix and what they do and what happens with Kevin Durant, how that whole thing unfolds. Does something happen with Chris Paul this offseason? Like, that's all fascinating. You know how I feel about the Oklahoma City Thunder. But like Minnesota, Dallas, are those teams better next year? I don't know if they are. They're both in really weird positions. Like, you're kind of stuck with this Rudy Gobert thing.
Yeah.
And who knows what Kyrie's going to do this summer. And even if Kyrie stays, Dallas, what the hell are you going to do?
Yeah, Dallas is.
You've got a lot of work ahead of you to get better and more centered here, Brenden. Man, we've got questions in our own backyard. The Harrison Barnes thing. Trey Lyles has been really important to this team. Terrence Davis, there's a number of contracts, if you will, that come off the books, but they lose some players who have really contributed to their success this season.
Yeah, HB is the standout to me. I think you mentioned Lyles in there as well with TD, and it's going to be interesting to see how they end up moving forward. I am thinking that at some point, and keyword some point, Monty has been very patient, and that's just kind of been his MO, but it's becoming the popular thing to get some matching salary and a bunch of draft picks and go get your third guy. Go get your 3-headed snake and just make sure that it's not a Rudy Gobert, right? Like, I think that last year's Minnesota team is really comparable to this year's Sacramento team, where they outperform expectations. The feeling's great. And then they went to go take that swing, just struck out. You swung on the wrong guy.
They swung at a ball. Like, why would you swing at that? That's what I would say. That pitch was 4 inches outside. Why are we swinging at that?
Yep.
Like, it's a bad job by them. But I agree with you. If you had a guy that you could go get to help this team, who would it be? Like, realistic. Like, we'd take Giannis.
Dramatic question.
Realistic.
Hmm.
Are you on the OG train?
I do like OG. I don't think that he's like a 3 picks, 3 swaps type of guy, though. Right?
No.
I think all the Jaylen Brown stuff recently has been blown out of proportion. I think that people are making way too much of his comments, but I do think that that's the type of guy. I think Jaylen Brown would be so good on this team. Pascal Siakam stands out to me, but he's a little older and spacing a little bit of a question mark. Like, is Mikal Bridges an opportunity? Probably not.
He shouldn't be.
No,
Probably
he
not,
He
right?
shouldn't be.
He's not available.
I would give every pick and every swap for Mikal Bridges.
Brooklyn. Well, Sean Marks is proven to not.
No,
He's been proven to make mistakes, but he righted that ship pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And I don't think he could have done it. He'd be insane, absolutely insane, to trade Mikal Bridges.
Would you guys, I talked about this off the show, would you guys entertain Bradley Beal?
I need some defense from who I'm getting.
Hmm.
You know, and ideally it's a 3-4 rather than more of like a 2-3.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a probably a unique part to that too. Is it Bradley Beal or is it Bradley Beal or nothing else?
Mm-hmm.
Like, because I think OG fits better than Bradley.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think Bradley does a lot of things a lot better than OG Anunoby does. I think OG fits better. I think I like OG more than Siakam too. I'll take Mikal Bridges over everybody. I just don't think that's realistic.
And then the other thing is, like, OG's a better player than Harrison Barnes, right? But is he that much better where you're going to give up what you need to give up to OG to get OG? Is he that much better than just signing Harrison Barnes? I don't know if he is. Like, he's not.
I think that he is.
He's that much better.
But I'm a Harrison
like,
Barnes fan, so I don't know.
I know.
I feel like he is, though.
You think OG?
I think OG's better. I'm a Harrison Barnes fan, but I think OG is better.
But that much better. Like, he's worth Keegan in your first round.
I just don't. It's not. No.
He's
not
worth your first rounder this year. I won't even put Keegan in.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah.
OG's
From my
worth your first
perspective,
rounder.
yes.
That's a sneak. You know,
I wouldn't trade Keegan for anyone except the dude in Brooklyn.
Yeah. I mean, he's perfect.
Yeah,
for
he is.
Jaylen Brown.
Yep. Well, okay, maybe not no one. Jaylen and the
Fair
kid.
enough.
Mikal Bridges and Jaylen.
I think people are kind of sleeping on this pick too.
No, I don't think so.
You like, I know, because I always talk about it like, you don't know who it is, and this draft's super deep, bro. Like, you could get a Mikal Bridges like player at 22 or something like that.
But would they be Mikal Bridges next year?
Not Mikal Bridges next year, but they could be a major contributor next year.
Maybe
they could be Keegan Murray next year.
Does that get you to a finals?
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Having two Keegan Murrays, like what? And maybe the biggest question in all of this, which is not something Monty McNair can answer this offseason, is what's Keegan Murray next year? Because that feels like a really important component to everything that they do.
And Brenden, not to just completely X you out here, he's our guest. But the other sneaky thing about that, because we always talk about like not having picks and all this other stuff, you could draft somebody and use that as the trade bait.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Cleveland did with to get Donovan Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
They had Abaji. They already drafted him.
Yeah.
And I think it was weeks later.
Yeah.
They threw him in the deal.
It didn't count as a draft pick.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They threw him in the deal to get Donovan Mitchell.
Or Walker Kessler with Utah. Right.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So somebody in the Chattyhouse, I will say, mentioned Jimmy Butler. I think he's the perfect type of guy. He's also old, and I realize he's making $150 million in 3 years starting next year. So I think I'm good there.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I'd be less concerned about the money, more concerned about the age and the miles.
Yeah.
Brenden, great stuff as always. The King's Beat podcast, the King's Pulse podcast. Make sure you check out Brendan's amazing work. We're back with more. Talk a little bit about what's ahead for Sacramento, who he root for, definitively who he root for. We'll decide when we return here. D'Lo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Great stuff, Brenden.
Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, man.
I'll see you at some point this weekend. I'll either be at both games or just one game this weekend, but I'll be out there at some point.
Got you. Gonna be a long day Friday. I wonder if Paul George belongs in that conversation, by the way.
How old's Paul George? 30?
Let's see. How old are his knees?
80?
32, actually. About to be 33.
That's tough.
Yeah.
What's the compensation?
I don't know what that would be. It'd be your first rounder.
You love the draft. Would you do it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's Paul George.
Yeah.
I know he's got injury concerns and all this.
He's really
but you
good.
got an opportunity to get Paul
really
George.
Good. Yeah.
I'll take my chances.
And you might not need Paul George to be that Paul George either. Appreciate you, B. Thanks, brother.
Appreciate you guys. Always glad to do it. Have a good one, guys.
All right.
I'm going to get up here real quick. What was it? Timzu talk?
Timzu
talk.
Say.
Get it in, baby. Timzu talk.
This is right before we start. Timzu. All right, 13th round.
There we go. Timzu. Welcome to the 13th round. Jermaine Man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to Meister Watches. Big up Ryan. Big up Jovan. Shout out to my people over at Crescendo. Shout out to my man Tyrone. Shout out to the Jordan brand. Shout out to the Dope Ones. And shout out to Colas Sea Moss. You already know what it is. I already had my Sea Moss for the day, so I don't even have my bottle with me right now. But shout out to Colas Sea Moss. Always showing love here on the 13th round. According to Michael Benson on Twitter, Tyson Fury versus Alexander Usyk is now completely dead in all caps and not happening next. Usyk's promoter has confirmed following further talks to try and salvage the fight with Frank Warren today. Tyson Fury is a clown. And I've said this for a long, long time, and I'll say it again. The sport will be so much better when he's gone. I don't like Tyson Fury. I don't think he helps the sport of boxing in any way. And all he does is a bunch of nonsense and bullshit. And this is another situation. You got an opportunity to unify the belts in a situation where you'd probably be favored. And for whatever reason, you don't want to make the fight. I don't understand what the deal is, man. He's looking for a big money fight. I wish he would have retired after the Wilder fight like he said he was going to. And he needs to retire soon. Get the strap off this dude. Get him out of boxing. I don't like Fury. I think he's bad for the sport. He needs to hit the road. Get this dude out of here, man. I'm sick of seeing this dude. That's the 13th round. Tyson Fury trash, man. Where we at, though? There we go. Oh, that's nice, too.
What do you think New Orleans does this offseason? Because it works. Like, when they play, it works. They win games, but they're just never healthy.
If I'm then, I'd have to have conversations of moving Zion. I'd have to see what that looked like. Not saying you would do it, but yeah, I'd have to have conversations. Chris Colbert is fighting on Saturday. That's interesting. He's on the undercard. That's gonna be love. Damn. Yeah, I gotta go to the game on Saturday. Although, yeah, if it's not to clinch, I don't know, man. I might stay at the house. Because if it's not to clinch, that means then Monday might be the clinch. So I'll need to be able to get out of the house for that. Ooh, hey man, you show the people what you wearing today? You show the people what's on your feet?
Oh,
come on, man. Stop stunting on them.
I can't get my leg. It's just some high tops. Just some high tops.
That's what they call nowadays, huh?
I
Wow.
need to fix these laces, though. These double lace things was stupid. I need to fix it.
What's wrong with them?
I don't know. They're hard. They're hard to loosen. They're hard to tighten. It's a pain in the ass. I just love that pink on them, man. That pink just looks so good on them. And I felt like wearing a damn sweatsuit today, so.
Shay Hardaway.
Twitch.tv/ESPN1320 as well. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. If you're not following us on our social media platforms, as if we don't ask enough of you, make sure you are at D1KC, at ESPN1320, at Damian Barling, at IMK Diddy. There actually is a contest going on here in the studio for some of our like other stations who are launching like show accounts for the first time, and they want to who can have the most growth in like such and such period of time, and it's like, all right, wait till we turn the Chattyhouse on them. Let's go. So make sure you're following us on Instagram and Twitter and all of that good stuff. I think we win tickets to Disneyland or something. If we win now, obviously I would.
When's the last time you went to Disneyland?
I think I've only been there once, and it was like 4 or 5 years ago. I actually just drove down to spend a weekend at the beach by myself to just like decompress the whole thing. But I had some friends who they're Disneyland nuts, not Kyle, because Kyle is definitely a Disneyland nut. But I had some friends who were down there like, hey, we're here too. We're going to Disneyland tomorrow if you want to go. And like one of their cousins or something works there. So they're like, yeah, come through, hang out. And that was my first trip to Disneyland.
Did you enjoy it?
Sure. Yeah, it was fine. Like I was only there. I was probably there 3 or 4 hours or maybe a little bit. Sure. Yeah, it was fine. It was fine.
Disneyland's all right.
I mean, I was lucky in the sense that I had like the people that worked there, like you had a certain, I didn't have to wait in line. You know what I mean? I could try rides and different things like that with them. No, I was I knew the right people. So like I got to do some like, yeah, it was fine. I can see why it would be really challenging with kids. I could see why it'd be really difficult and really, really expensive. But yeah, it was fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to Disneyland.
I think our friends at 106.5 are there right now.
Mia was just there not too long ago.
I was looking at Kevin.
Yeah, I
think he was at Disneyland with the wake up call.
Yeah. Mia was there not too long ago.
I don't know why they don't send D'Lo and KC to the Disneyland.
They're sending us to Vegas.
Well, that makes a lot more sense.
Let's go.
I don't know. D'Lo and KC live at Disneyland doesn't.
No, we're screaming about Keegan Murray in front of Goofy's house.
At best, we're screaming about Keegan Murray in front of Goofy's house. It could be way worse. We've had way more tough conversations.
I think I mentioned this before, but one of the coolest things about Disneyland that I wasn't expecting, I don't know if I'd feel the same way if I did it again, but meeting Mickey Mouse. The way they set it up it's actually pretty dope. Because they make it like this. You keep going into like these steps, and you're in one waiting room, and one waiting room with like everybody, and then it's another waiting room with like 20 people, and then you move to the next spot. It's 5 people, and it's like, that's about to happen, and then literally it's just you go into a room, Mickey's sitting there. It's just you and whoever your party is. You take your picture and you move on. I thought that was pretty cool.
Why is Disneyland treating Mickey Mouse like the Godfather?
Because he is at Disneyland. But also the little parade of lights thing.
Yeah,
that was really cool.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have waited till 12:45 a.m. the way I did to watch it, but it was really good.
The Mickey Mouse thing is very funny. Like it's a person in a Mickey Mouse costume, but you really get Mickey Mouse once visited the bad place that I used to work at, and that it was fascinating. I imagine meeting Mickey at Disneyland is a lot different than meeting them at 11:40.
Yeah.
But it's very different. But it's still, I don't know, something about that costume.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think I would not have had the same. That was pretty cool feeling if Mickey walked
through Odyssey.
I'd be like, oh,
Mickey might.
Somebody here. Did you know? I think we talked about. Did you know they're going to start charging for rides? So you charge,
do that when you get in?
No, right. Like you charge admission. Now they're going to start charging for rides. Like, are you crazy?
That's terrible. Like, that's terrible. That's absolutely awful.
Agreed.
That's awful. I say this all the time. They're just trying to price us out of life.
Seriously?
Like between eggs and gat and all of this, they're just trying to weed out. They're just trying to weed people out. Yeah. That's all it is. Good Kid Dad City said here on Twitch, well, this is disgusting. The RSVPs are done for the watch party. That's all right. That's all right. Good Kid Dad City, two things are going to happen there. We're going to have a contest next week for VIP booths, and you could still be a part of the watch party. You just got to show up really, really early. The Chattyhouse is going to pack the Fieldhouse American Sports Pub on April 5th to watch the Kings and Dallas play. So make sure you get there early. We'll obviously be talking about that a lot. I think it's 2 weeks from tonight, if I'm not mistaken. So we're really excited about that. And I think what's going to happen over the course of the next few weeks or so, when one event concludes, we'll announce the next one. So if you miss out on one, if you missed out on Sky River Casino on Friday, we got the Field House coming up 2 weeks from tonight. If you miss out on the Field House, pretty confident we'll be making another announcement on Thursday, April 6th. Just a guess.
We got you for the rest of the season, I believe.
I'm starting to think we've got you into the summer.
I think so too.
I'm starting to think we've got you into the
summer.
Because
it feels like NBA Finals, regardless of who's in it.
We can pull up.
Kick it.
Yeah, we can pull up.
It. Like we're what were you gonna say?
I told them let's host a whiskey and cigar night. Let's host a tequila tasting. Like what? There doesn't have to be a game playing in the background for us to do something dope at Sky River Casino.
Absolutely.
Let's see if Kenny will let us into the High Rollers room.
Well, I mean, I don't have access to that.
I was there when they said this is the High Rollers room, Kenny. You can get into this one.
Wrong.
D-Lo, if you're with Kenny, you can get in.
You heard wrong.
All right. Stacy, we'll bring in all of the people who heard it.
We outside for the summer, though.
Yeah, we outside big time.
Real quick, because we got a lot of basketball to talk about.
Sure. James Ham, top of the hour.
WBC.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
What a tournament and what a finish. What a conclusion to an amazing tournament.
That was, to overuse the phrase, that was a movie. That was a movie script at the end of that game. To have Shohei Ohtani pitching to Mike Trout for the World Baseball Classic.
On the line. It was a one-run game.
That's insane. Like, you almost can't write that because no one would believe it. Right. To have arguably the two best players, maybe inarguably the two best players in Major League Baseball, who happen to play for the same Major League Baseball team that sucks, are against each other.
Biggest game they ever played.
Right. They're against each other in the biggest moment that they've had, the biggest game that they played. Just phenomenal. And the guy, no disrespect whatsoever to Mike Trout, the guy who I think is the best in the world, won out.
And that strikeout pitch was filthy. Oh my goodness. He threw a frisbee up there. what is Mike Trout supposed to do?
Yeah.
Like, that was nasty. I guess it was a slide. What was it? A slider, Jesse? I mean, just that was I don't know what you do with that. That was sick, man. And
That was tremendous.
Shohei
good.
Ohtani,
So good.
he's got the belt from everybody, right?
Oh yeah, I don't think he's ever lost it.
I gave it to Vlad one time.
Did you really?
Yeah, because Vlad was killing.
Yeah, your belt's really sketchy.
No, man, Vlad was like doing something historic.
By the way, no one wants to talk about Joel
Having a belt.
Yeah.
Who were you guys gonna give it to the other day or a couple weeks ago? And I said, stop it.
I don't know.
Who was it?
A couple. We haven't changed belts in a long time.
Because y'all questioned it, and I said, hold on, man. Was it Tatum?
It might have been. Tatum had mine for a minute.
He had mine for a minute too.
No, he had yours for literally a minute. He had mine for a period of time. But he had yours for a mid 80s Tyson fight. That's what he had.
Yeah, man. But
but Ohtani has from the moment we created this thing, Ohtani's been the guy.
And maybe I just considered giving it to Vlad. I said I think it might have considered it because
I think you considered it. I don't think you actually
he got him
did
to the playoffs.
I don't think you
because they had won like 15 straight games.
I think you did with Vlad what I just did with Joe. And like we're not gonna, should we talk about it?
Yeah,
I think that's as far as we got.
But I mean, he's got the belt. He's the best player in the game. And then once again, this is the D-Lo and KC and Bonta Hill show.
Oh my God!
Bonta had a tweet last night. I think you might have said it on the air, but I didn't hear it.
Just to ensure that we should probably try to get Bonta on the show.
Yeah, we got to talk to Bonta. We got
just to make sure.
Come on, man.
We're good.
Bonta, no, man. He be trash talking.
I'm not sure. I just want to make sure.
Matt may not know.
Just want to make sure.
Bonta knows.
Just want to make sure everybody knows we good.
Yeah.
For now, make sure everybody knows we good. So let's see if we can get Bonta on tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. That's my guy. But I say all that to say, he said, talking about the Giants need to put like $75 million a year on the table for Ohtani. And that sounds crazy. A year, not the total contract. $75 million a year.
Yeah, it sounds crazy.
For Ohtani.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll put it to you like this. If the Giants did that, I would not be mad.
Let me ask you this question then. If Shohei Ohtani signs with the San Francisco Giants, can they win a World Series?
Yes.
Definitively?
Yes.
Okay. I'd do it then.
Yes.
Ain't my money, but
like
as
sorry as the Angels are, I'm going into the season. I'm like, why can't the Angels be good? You got Ohtani, and obviously the Giants would have Mike Trout too, but you got Ohtani and Trout. Like, I think more people are baffled that they're not good as opposed to like, yeah, they stink. They're like, why do they stink? They got all these players. So, yeah.
75 per for how many years?
I'd say 5 or 6.
6 years put you at $450 million total.
That's it.
Yeah.
So I probably have
it.
I probably have to do 7 or 8.
That's when you know you're different. 450 million, that's it?
I probably have to do. I think we
450 million don't even get Kenny Caraway's attention.
I've never uttered that phrase after.
No, me either.
Million.
Hey, we're not the same.
I always wanted to be like Kenny when I grew up.
Me and Jesse just here trying to make a living.
Bro,
Kenny over here having fun.
Ohtani probably gonna get $500 million.
Everyone keeps saying that.
That's why I said it that way.
That's 150, not 150. Let's get Ramsey. Ramsey probably knows the exact number. 916-909-1320. Ramsey, what's the highest paid contract right now? What's it like 360?
No, for Mike Trout, 430.
Oh, 430. Oh, well, that's not as outrageous. So is Mike Trout way ahead of who's second?
Doesn't Bryce have high?
I thought it was
Bryce have close. Bryce is close too.
Okay.
But the other thing about that,
not as bad as I thought.
Not to interrupt you, Rand, but the other thing about that is like Trout's on like a 13-year deal.
Yeah.
Harper's on like a 12, 13-year deal. We talking about
Ohtani for 5 years. Yeah. What's up, Ramsey?
That pitch to end the game last night, that 3-2 slider off the plate was so nasty.
Yeah.
And Trout had to swing at it because it might have been a ball, but you can't take that count, that pitch, that part of the game. But when I seen that slider drop off, that was like, it's over.
It's
over.
Frisbee.
Mookie is second at 365. Jesse, is that 10 years?
I have to double check the years, but
These baseball
12 years.
12. Yeah. So like Tatis is 14 years, I think. Tatis is 14 and 340. These baseball contracts are ridiculous.
Alex is saying, and I think this is accurate, Machado's
Okay.
11 years, 350.
Okay. How stupid do you want to get with this conversation?
Let's go all the way.
Could you sign that dude for $1 billion? Like if you signed him to 12 years, how could you sign Shohei Ohtani to a legitimate $1 billion contract? I mean, because I understand. Believe me, I get what I just said is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But you just said
not. Like the fact that I'm sitting here thinking about it.
You just said 5 to 6 years. What and I think Jesse said that would equate to 450, which you turned your nose up at, and that's fine. We're not all built the same. But if you just multiply that over what Machado's contract is, Tatis's contract, and you get into like a 12, 13, 14-year deal, are you legitimately talking about $1 billion for this dude? That's outrageous. That's impossible.
So 12 years at $1 billion is $83 million a year, according to my calculator.
Bro, that's not far off the 75 Bonta just said.
That's not possible. I was just asking. That's not possible. That's not possible. $83 million per year for 12 years.
I'll tell you that.
That's impossible.
I'll tell you this.
How old is Shohei?
Tell me if I'm wrong, Jesse. Look this up for me. Like payrolls for these teams are like $200 million. So if your payroll is $200 million, yeah, I'll give Shohei $75 million of that.
Shohei's 28 years old.
It's not like
he's but he's not 24 either.
It's not even 30. He can play till 40.
He's not going to pitch and hit for the next 12 years, is he?
Him hitting alone is almost.
Well, that's not wrong.
Right now, the Mets have the highest payroll. They're at like 366 million.
366 is the payroll. I'll give Shohei 85 of that.
Does merchandise and stuff with Shohei, does that count? Like all the money you'll make off of that? Like, would you think about that?
That'd be nuts. I mean, yeah, no, that'd be nuts.
You got me thinking. Now.
Is Shohei like? Is Shohei at all like Yao was?
I think so.
Like, you know how like Yao just changed. It doesn't feel like Shohei Ohtani changed baseball over there. Like Yao did for basketball, but Yao's merchandise and jersey, all of that was just insane.
I believe he is.
That's sneaky why the Houston Comets aren't in existence anymore, is because of the situation with Yao Ming's merch over there. But if Ohtani is like that there and here,
yeah,
you could be in a it pays for itself situation.
You know, and then you got a situation where you're in San Francisco. You know what I'm saying? You get Ohtani in San Francisco, you know, that has a high Japanese population. Might be worth it financially. Might be worth it. That is the fact that I'm thinking about it is crazy enough. But that came out to $83 million a year.
You can't have this conversation across sports because of the rules of the other sports. I'd argue there's probably only one athlete, at least in recent memory, that you'd even have this discussion over, and it's LeBron. That's just insane to think about, because it doesn't feel entirely ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But you can work out a way to where it's like, well, it's actually not that crazy.
If he got, somebody do the math for me real quick. If he got $500 million over 7 years, what would that be?
I don't know. I'm not doing that. Is TC on the phone? 916-909-1320. TC, what's going on, man? TC, the hit of the hit of the live broadcast. What a moment that was.
What's up with my two brothers?
What's good with your TC?
It's all good, man. I'm sliding through. It's gonna be after work, so it's all good. I'm gonna be sliding through that next week, and I'll be there from the gym.
That's
you
what's
you gotta
up.
get there early, TC, man. We want to make sure you got a seat and somewhere to watch the game, baby.
For sure. I'm gonna be there.
Okay.
But real two quicks. Look, I know y'all don't want to get on it, but at the same time, like, they ain't they feelings over there at 95-7 the game, man. Bonta, in particular, Bonta starting to show his true colors. I used to like dude, but I mean, when he talking, he's trying to show his true colors, bro. Talking about sack, this and that. I'm like, bro, we used to be cooler than that, but enough on him. I'm serious.
We're about to start a little civil war right here. That's all right. Go ahead, TC.
The Kings, like when I called y'all before, bro, the only thing that really irritates me about this team and kind of the coaching in a certain aspect is when we get a team in foul trouble in the penalty and it's like 5 or more minutes left in the quarter, we never drive the lane and draw fouls. We continue to jack up threes. We never get a team in the foul trouble and go. Like last night, we could have came back and won that game, but nobody wanted to drive the lane when they were in foul trouble. Everybody kept jacking up 30-footers. And I'm like, bro, get in the paint. They're in the foul limit. So that's the only thing I really can't stand about the team, bro. That IQ standpoint.
I understand what you're saying, TC. We appreciate you tapping in with us. I understand what you're saying. Sometimes I get frustrated with that too, but I mean that's not who they are, man. They are a 3-point shooting team. They are, they got an open look, they'll let it fly. I don't want them overly concerned with we have to get to the basket and and getting out of the flow of what they do. But I hear what he's saying.
It was 21-23 too at the foul line. So it's like there is something to be said, whether you agree with it or not. Officials call games a certain way. And it did get a little carried away there at the end of the first half.
It
did get a little.
Once again, I talk about this all the time with officials, and it's not necessarily that they're like that they're always just like making the call wrong or whatever. Like, oh, I saw it, I got it wrong. Is that they constantly get suckered in to these calls.
Yeah,
Mark, and by people that notoriously do it. Marcus Smart, unbelievable defender. He's a flopper. He will sucker you into a call, and they let it happen. They just always let it happen. Like, how do you get suckered into a call every night?
Yeah, the one where Keegan's running, I think, along the 3-point line, and Marcus Smart literally just takes two steps back, and they call offensive foul. That was bad.
Let's get Kamara in here. 916-909-1320. Kamara, attorney at law. What's up, man?
Nothing, fellas. I just want to say regarding these last couple games, man, like, I'm not really, yes, I was hoping for the dub, but, these type of games actually build character for something in the future, man. Like, you talk about tomorrow, like last night, Hubie Brown always had this great quote when teams are getting blown out. Nobody in the NBA is 20 points better than another team. And really, everybody is always within that. And even if you look at the markers on betting, it's always like a 5 to 10 point, marker, right? And so he always says, when you see blowouts in the NBA, they're really just an anomaly based on how the other team either played or just other external factors. But he said it's not based on talent. And you talk about the calls and everything that happened yesterday, and I think these are important games. Like, I'm sure Mike Brown is gonna, he's gonna dissect, let them go through the tape and say this is where we messed up. Like, a lot of times I saw a lot of shots with the same shots, same looks that Boston was getting. The same thing in Utah, the same looks. And a couple plays in Utah, things would have changed. But in reality, going forward, this team has bigger plans, and they're gonna have to figure out, muster up, like playing through adversity. They've done it throughout the year, but playing through a team that, when you're battling that, technically is a better team, more mature team, has great aspirations. And these are the type of game, and you have refs who may not be, who may have a loose whistle regards to the other team or favorable whistle towards the other team. These are the tests that make a team grow. Wins bring you together, but losses help you grow in character as a team. And I just think that's the way I look at it. I'm not worried about the way it was. These were annoying losses, but it doesn't change anything. We're still getting to 51 wins. You can book it. I feel great about it.
Book it.
Go Kings.
All right,
go.
let's go.
What's that? 8-3 finish? They got 11 or they got 10 games.
Yeah, they're 40,
10 games
43
left.
wins. Yeah,
So
82.
you'd have to be Well, yeah.
I know Trista booked her flight. I don't know if Kamara booked his.
Kamara, stop playing. You're going to see Beyonce
Come on, bro.
7 times.
I think it's 8 now. I think he bought more tickets last night.
You can come out the sack.
By the way, he ain't going to see her in this country. Just throwing it out there. You can fly out of the country to see Beyonce, but can't get to Sacramento to see your Kings play.
You know what I'm saying? And let me say one thing before we go to break. TC, leave Bonta alone. Bonta's just fine.
I don't know about that. Bonta turned heel on us.
I'm gonna text Bonta right now, man. But you need to pull up, man.
Bonta posted the Steph gift pointing at his ring. You ain't getting one of those this year, Bonta. Enjoy it while you can. Text that man right now. Tell him to get on this show tomorrow. James Ham is going to get on this show when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader. CeeLo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Good Lord. Jeez.
And then 6 years, 500 million for Ohtani, 83 million.
Walking through their door.
You said 83 million?
Yeah, per year. If it's 500 million, over 6.
I actually think that's doable. I think that's doable. Of course, anything is doable when it's not my money. Someone responded to Bonta's gif saying, are you counting how many road wins you have this season? Oh, that's terrific. I don't want this to happen. This series cannot happen. Yeah, Brian's right. We out here starting a beef. That man was just tweeting about basketball. Very literally his job. Had to go at him. Leave our damn team alone. I'm really tired of drinking these green juices, man. I can't lie. Hold on, Dr. David. I didn't see it. Oh, I remember this episode. Oh, that's terrific. That is terrific. I love that. They got the VIP pass at Disneyland. I love that. That's funny. Please give me a reason to be optimistic about. Oh man. Just trust Mark Orr. I mean, trust Mark Orr. He did a great job last year. You know, he did a great job finding Coach Patrick, did a great job finding Mark Campbell. We kind of knew this was going to happen with Mark. I really did not think it was going to happen this year, but I did wonder. Got to get a good recruiter in here. Just trust that Mark Orr is going to do a good job for the squad. That's the best I can offer.
I walk past the production room and what do I see but video of Adam Morrison crying at center court.
There you go. What you missed was when he walked over to center court to make sure that he cried right there.
Guess who's watching us right now?
Yeah, it's a good episode too, Michigan. Who's that? Yeah. Bonta Hill?
No, I don't think you might be. I don't know. Our good friend Kimberly is watching us.
Is she really?
She's still here. She's doing something right now. I'm not even going to say what she's
doing. I know what she's doing.
Yeah.
She was taping up her finger like she was Domantas Sabonis earlier.
There's literally only 4 of us here today, I think.
Kimberly Sabonis.
I think I can name everyone who's here. Well, the Bailey Show is here.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all should check out the Bailey Show. It's really good.
It is.
98 Rock after we're done. It's a really good show.
I enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those guys are good. They're always watching, Carlos. They're watching with a notepad and a pen.
Taking them notes. Who should we have on today?
Oh, man. I honestly don't care that they do it. I'd be a little pissed if the 2 o'clock dude did it. Then be like, okay, hold the fuck on.
Settle
Like,
down.
what are you doing? Yeah, it's a good show. I think it's a talk show though. So you know, even if that's not your vibe, they're really good. That's hilarious. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny.
Did you see we're on the big screen? You got a text.
Oh, I did get a text. Hey, look at that. Wow. They like us. Look at that setup.
Ish. They like us ish.
Ish. They love that shirt. We're over here at the Odyssey building, boy, I tell you.
You know, being in the hallways has been pretty good.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
I said this during the commercial break. I'll say it here on the radio. Shout out to the Bailey Show over at 98 Rock. That's a really good show. If you are looking for something to listen to after our show ends at 4 o'clock and you don't want to run it back, check out the Bailey Show, man. It's really good stuff. They're our partners, not only here in the company, but with Sky River as well. And I really like all three of them, the people, and I get a chance to catch that show on the way home, and it's very, very good.
Absolutely, man. I was on the show last week. I was talking to them for a little bit, man. We were talking about
live from Twin Peaks.
Live from Twin Peaks. Shout out to my people over at Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
And Nikki D was talking about how her ex-boyfriend broke up with her because of the way she cut her steak.
Oh,
and it was a little aggressive when they demonstrated. I said, wait a minute. First, I was like, come on.
Oh, I see. Like, did she cut her steak in a frightening way?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. Well,
okay,
then I understand.
The fork and like
oh,
it.
yeah. That you got to go. Like, Nora, yeah. No, you got to go. That's it.
So when I heard the story on the surface, I was like, that's ridiculous. Leave them, girl. You didn't miss anything. And then when they demonstrated what happened, I was like, well, Nick, we have to change.
Yeah, we've got to. Yeah,
we can't do that.
I the first thing I really heard from them was when Nikki was trying to figure out where the black people were. That's when I was like, all right, this is a show I can listen to. I can ride with this show. Nikki's like, where do I go for black people? No, I got you, Nikki D. I got you. That's funny. I need to see her demonstrate this steak cutting.
Yeah.
Do want to congratulate our buddy Mark Orr, the now former head coach of the Sac State women's basketball team. We got that news.
Campbell. You said Mark Orr.
Mark Orr is definitely not going anywhere. Yeah. Mark Campbell. Mark Orr, the pressure is on you to replace Mark Campbell, the former head coach of the Sac State women's basketball team. Who we found out right when yesterday's show ended, had taken a job with TCU. We certainly knew it was a possibility this year. We were hoping it wouldn't be. We knew it was only a matter of time before Mark. When you turn a program around as quickly as he did, you're going to get some bags dropped off at your door. And given the fact he's going to TCU, I'm guessing he got a couple.
Oh, my goodness.
And there's a good chance the brother's got some more bags coming his way.
Absolutely.
So, Coach Campbell, congratulations to you. To Mark Orr, he's got a tall task ahead of him, but he hasn't missed recently. And I have no reason to believe he will now.
Mark Orr losing two coaches in one offseason. Two coaches that have done things that nobody has been able to do at that school. Lost them both in one offseason.
Yeah.
Man.
2 for now.
Yeah, right.
I don't think a third is coming.
I don't think so either. We don't make sure.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care what. Go fund me.
Hey, Mark Orr, you better make sure the third one doesn't come. I'm sure he's probably thinking, guys, it's Sac State. There's only so much I could do. But that program is doing a great job, and I trust that they're going to put someone in with that Sac State women's basketball team that's going to keep it moving.
Absolutely.
We've got goals here. We've got goals.
They had the I saw on the Instagram, they had the PJ for him and the whole staff and his family.
Very nice.
That's what's up.
Was it yours?
No, it wasn't mine. It was Miss Peace.
Oh, it was Miss Peace. Oh, that's very nice.
Yeah.
Couple of who he root for is before James Ham joins us at the top of the 3:00 hour. Warriors versus Mavericks tonight.
MFFL.
I really wish you'd stop doing that. I don't like that.
That's what they say.
I feel like it could mean so many things.
that's what they say down there. That's what Mark Cuban says, man. Hashtag MFFL.
MF on our show definitely means something else. Oh my. As we speak, Kyrie Irving out tonight. Tim Hardaway Jr. out tonight.
Oh, no. Hold on. That was doing a little too much. Luka's back though, right?
Luka's back. Luka's back.
Luka said this is just the way I like it.
I don't think Kyrie is feeling Dallas. I'm just picking up on he hasn't done anything, by the way, at all. He's playing a ton. And there's clearly something wrong with him. I don't know if he's having the same issue that LeBron had prior to breaking the record that he was just gutting through. But he's had to for a while. Those games that he missed I don't even think it was a week ago. It was because of his foot. And he's made comments about the amount of minutes that he's playing. And that's what we talked about when this deal went down. We all want to see Luka and Kyrie together and what it'll look like.
Yeah.
Or could it blow up? Like, what could it be? But when you really broke down the trade, it was like, man, you lost a lot here. How are you gonna fill this game out?
Yeah.
And they haven't been able to. They've had to play Luka when he's available. Kyrie, when he's available, 40 plus minutes.
Yeah. I don't know, man. There's a world where they don't make it at all.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely.
They don't make it at all. And
absolutely.
I wonder what that means moving forward. I think if I'm Mark Cuban, I'm doing everything I can to make sure Luka stays a Mav. But at some point, like he's gonna look around. He said, "There's nothing here. I've been here 5 years. You haven't been able to land a free agent. Yeah, you tried with the Kyrie thing. That flamed out.
And that wasn't a free agent. That was a trade.
Yeah.
They can't land free agents. I do not understand why. Dallas has never landed a major free agent.
I don't know.
And it's Dallas.
Yeah.
It's not Oklahoma City. It's not Sacramento. It's freaking Dallas, Texas.
I don't know what's
they
going
can't
on.
Get anything.
They can't get one. So, yeah, Dallas is – that's interesting. But tonight, they need to handle business. Hey, the Warriors can't beat the Mavs tonight. They sorry, bro.
They're
sorry.
Well, what's the most important component? The Warriors are at home?
At Dallas.
They're at Dallas. All right.
Warriors can't win tonight. They sorry.
Kyrie has played 13 games for Dallas. Tonight will be the 5th that he's missed. Bonta, I told you, responded to my tweet with Steph pointing at his ring, and one of our
That's how you know it's over.
One of our loyal friends responded, "Are you counting your road wins this season?" I just left. I'm mad I didn't think of that first.
That's how you know it's over.
I'm mad when Matt posted the 4 that I didn't respond with. Is that your
Michael Petrus is about to walk through that door.
Man, Michael Petrus.
Tom Gugliotta about to walk through that door.
Is Tom Tolbert still in the Bay Area? Can you take the
Tom Tolbert?
Can you take the headset
walking
off
through that door? That's how you know it's over. They had a good run, man. They had a good run.
We're 43 wins into this season, and you can't tell us nothing. Absolutely nothing. But explain to me why we're rooting for the Mavs tonight, though.
If the Mavs win, that'll put the Warriors down to 7. That will also put and the 7th seed is what you're looking at when you look at clinching.
Well, Oklahoma City is 7th.
Well, I'm assuming because Golden State is ahead of them right now, they'd have whatever tiebreaker or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, Golden State has half a point. So you're right. So they'd switch. So Golden State would probably go to 8 if Dallas won,
which isn't good. Because the Mavs, any situation where the Mavs is 7th puts it where it's going to have to go past the weekend to possibly clinch.
It could be a tiebreaker thing. Because if Dallas went, Golden State would be 8, Dallas would be 6th, Oklahoma City would stay
if Dallas won.
If Dallas won.
So I'm looking at I don't think there's any way they can clinch this weekend. Because the
Utah game killed it, didn't it?
Yeah, because the only way is if the Warriors are 7th. And it's just simply because there's not enough games to erase the numbers. The Mavericks play on Friday and Sunday. The Warriors play today and Friday. So if they were 7th, you could get a game off from the Warriors losing. And then they both play on Friday. If you beat Phoenix and the Warriors lose, now the match number's down to 1, and you could clinch it on Saturday against Utah. But if they're not 7th, it doesn't. Still going for the Mavs anyway.
It's the 76ers at the Warriors. Okay.
Yeah.
And that Mavericks game is against the Hornets on Friday.
I mean, the thing about it,
so it could happen. It could still happen.
It could happen Monday. The Kings, because I think regardless of what happens, because you got OKC too. But just roll with me. I could be wrong. Will Zeal tell me. I think regardless of what happens, it'll be 3 after the night. And you can handle business
because
yourself.
Someone's losing.
Yeah. You can handle your business yourself by just winning the next 3 games, and boom, you clinch on Monday.
But if it goes to 3, and hypothetically, Kings got a lot of work ahead of them. The Kings beat Phoenix. Doesn't that drop it to 2? But and then one of them is going to lose if the 76ers beat the Warriors that night. Doesn't that drop it to 1?
Yeah, that's how you would do it this weekend. But if the Warriors aren't 7th, then it goes by who's 7th. If the Warriors lose, like you just talked about by your calculations, they move to 8th. And now you're looking at the Thunder and what they got going on.
I see.
You always look at who's 7th. And what I thought before the Thunder won was the loser of this game will go to 7th. That's why.
Well, I only said the Thunder because the Thunder are currently in 7th.
Yeah, and your calculations are right. Like if they probably would have a tiebreak over somebody, which would keep them in 7th.
Well, so the Mavericks would go to 37 and 36. The Warriors would go to 37 and 37. Oklahoma City would be 36 and 36. I don't know, dude. Just forget it. This is stupid. I hate when we do this. I absolutely hate it. James Ham is here. James, I got nothing. We're sitting here trying to do math. I just wanted the Kings to clinch a playoff spot on Saturday night. I thought that'd be the dopest thing ever.
Yeah.
And I don't think that it's happening.
I think it's almost impossible.
No, I think I just read that they have 4 games. Their magic number is 4 to clinch a playoff spot, 5 to clinch a home court advantage in the first round from the Action Network.
But what we're trying to figure out is how to get there. So they'll get one tonight.
We want to get there on Saturday. And I don't think you can get there on Saturday.
The Warriors and Mavs play tonight. So that's going to drop it to 1 because someone's going to lose.
1. So it's going to
drop it 1.
It's going to move to 3 by somebody. But it might not if OKC stays at 7. It may stay at 4.
Yeah, but I'm also pretty sure that like if you just take one team that's below them, like the Suns. So if the Suns lose to the Lakers tonight and then you beat the Suns, that would be 3. And if you pick up one more, if you win on Saturday, that would be 4. And that would guarantee playoff spot. Maybe I'm crazy.
No, it's going to happen. We just want it to happen on Saturday.
So
I think most likely it's going to happen on Monday.
So the Thunder do have 2 games before Saturday also.
What are the games?
They have the Clippers again.
Okay.
And then they have your OK Lake show. They have a road trip where their 2 games are in Lake. It's Friday. They play Thursday the Clippers, Friday the Lakers, both in Los Angeles.
So
So you can get 2 from Oklahoma City this weekend.
Get 2 from Oklahoma City, and if you win Friday and win Saturday, boom, we've clinched on Saturday. I think the Mavs are the only way it doesn't happen, or the only one that's impossible of happening on Saturday
because the game's Sunday.
Yeah.
Fine. I really don't think we fixed anything.
I'm still
it's complicated.
FL.
It's fine. Root for the Mavericks without Kyrie Irving. Luka Doncic all day tonight. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento. ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. We're live in visual form as well on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320, our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat. James Ham here to bring some intelligence to this program after the last 10 minutes. Hammer, what's your feeling after last night's sauna beatdown by the Celtics? That's a deep cut. Only the true hip hop heads will get that one.
I'm off. I don't know.
No, you see what happened to what's my man's name? Tanakashi.
Takashi.
Yeah.
Oh,
you see what happened to him?
Yeah,
he got roughed.
He
got roughed up in the.
He was just.
He got roughed up at the
He wasn't
gym.
even
Yeah.
in the sauna.
He got roughed up. How you feeling? What do you think after last night's game?
What'd you call him, Tim Zoo?
Get them Tim Zoo hits. Jesse put it in the title. We need that. We need them hits from Australia.
That's funny. You know what? Like, look, I don't think last night's game should be looked at as any kind of barometer, any kind of anything, to be honest with you. The Kings played 5 games in 7 nights in 4 different time zones. They started, by playing in Sacramento, and then just like the whole thing was wild. And they're beat up. They're totally winded, and they won't look like the same team when they come out on Friday. They will be refreshed and ready to roll. And that was just like the completion of one of the most brutal stretches I've seen. Like, you circled that game last night as a scheduled loss, regardless of who this team was on day 1 of the season. It was probably the worst game of the entire season. The back end of a 4-game road trip in Utah, you finish with a game the next day against one of the best teams in the league. And so, do they have matchup problems with all of the Eastern Conference like beasts? Yes, they do. Like, I think they would have a lot of trouble with Philadelphia. They'd have a ton of trouble with the Bucks, and they would have a ton of trouble in a 7-game series against the Boston Celtics. But who cares? Like, the only way you're going to have to play those guys in the playoffs is if you make it to the finals.
When?
And yeah. And if that's the case, like who cares at that point? You made it to the finals. Like, you've already celebrated everything, and it doesn't even matter anymore. Like, you've had like 8 celebrations that went crazy at that point. So for me, like, you look at the rest of their schedule, it's all the way down to the 22nd most difficult schedule in the league. They easily, I think it's like a 484 win percentage. They played 10 Western Conference opponents, which is really crazy. I think 6 of them are under 500. 1 is at 500 and 1 is 1 game over. So 8 of your 10 are against teams that are basically under or right around 500 or less. The only 2 really, truly crazy difficult games you have are the Suns and then the Nuggets on the last game of the season. So, like, everything's laid out here that they can go in and have a really solid finish to the season. I don't know if they're going to win 50. I don't know if they're going to win 48. I don't know what the number will be. But, like, this is a playoff team, and they're rolling. And even if you take these last 2 games and just throw them out the window, which is what I do, this team has outperformed what everyone's expectations were, and I think they'll continue to do that.
Who just mentioned one thing that I don't think we've truly addressed the way that we should. James Ham just talked about all these celebrations. We are going full baseball style. Like, it's
for sure.
It clinched playoff spot, champagne. Win a playoff game, champagne. Win a playoff series, champagne. Oh, it's going down baseball style.
Absolutely.
It's funny you say that because you just changed my shoe choices for the next couple of games. Because we should be let in to see some of that, at least a little bit.
I don't think they're going to do it. They won't do it.
Oh, the Kings?
He will.
Oh,
I don't think the Kings.
You think
are
they would,
do
James? You think if they clinch the playoff spot, they have like the little water celebration?
After 16 years, hell yeah, they are.
But it's not 16 years for them. I don't think they will.
I would.
I don't think they will.
I don't know. They clinch playoffs. I think that they're gonna go crazy.
They might
I think
go for Mike. They might go for Mike.
they should do it for De'Aaron. I mean, De'Aaron's a guy who's been through it. Like that's the guy. Like I think that they will, and I think I'm gonna wear waterproof shoes. Because I've done some damage to some Bruno Mollies walking through Champagne once or twice.
James gonna be walking around the Golden One Center with goggles on.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh.
Ain't that what your boy had on? Bruno Mollies?
Who?
Your boy.
Goggle James.
Goggle James. There we go. He's got him ready. He's got him
They just happen to be sitting here from when I wore a beanie.
Bruno, is that the OJ shoe?
Yeah, it's OJ shoe. Man, they're comfortable.
You got some isotoners over there too.
They're comfortable. No. If it does not fit, you must have quit. No, I don't have those leather gloves, those slick leather gloves that he wore. I also don't have a car that would work with slick leather gloves. No. I'm not Tesla guys like you two.
He's got the spaceship. I don't know what you're talking about, James. I do, but I agree with you, James.
Everyone saw your spaceship landing in the sky earlier this week.
I do agree with you, James. I think there will be a celebration there. I know what you say, where there's not 16 for them, but I do believe they feel the weight of you. I don't know how you couldn't feel the weight of 16 years being here, and you get, even if you've been here 6 months, you get the monkey off your back. And I think they'll let out a big sigh, a yelp of.
But like the Jordy celebration, like that.
Yeah, it'll be like that. I mean,
not champagne.
No, they're not going to cart champagne into the locker room.
We will
and put the.
We will cart champagne somewhere.
Put the garbage bags over the locker.
Yeah.
They're not. I don't think they're doing.
I might bring a bottle myself. I don't know what you're talking about.
They should put the bags up in the media room.
Yeah.
We get back there, we pop our bottles of Luke Belaire.
Or they just look over and James is over there with a bottle of champagne, like dousing myself. Like, what in the world just happened? Yeah. Just, I don't care what anyone else is doing. This is my celebration. And I don't care what any of you guys think. I come in wearing like a big parka, like the little thing you wear, like Splash Mountain. Like, people are like, what are you doing? Well, what do you mean? What am I doing?
Oh man, I want that Saturday so
I wanted to happen on Saturday, so I definitely, and I think it will. I definitely want it to happen at home. Yeah. Even it has to be Monday.
You've got to take care of business against Phoenix for that to happen, don't you?
Yes.
No, you got losses too, though.
Yeah,
you got losses.
You need that win.
All those, well, but not necessarily, because if, let's just say the Thunder lose their 2 games on Thursday and Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it goes to, the magic number automatically goes to 2. And all you got to do is win Saturday and Monday, and you got it.
Yeah, it's weird because different teams keep stepping up. So I just wrote a post on the Kings Beat. It just went out right before I came on, and kind of broke down like the tiebreaker situation. And it's really complicated. Like it's very, very complicated. They still have a 4-game lead in the loss column over Phoenix, with 10 games left, and they're a division foe. So, like, if you lose this game on Saturday, you would lose a tiebreaker against them without any question. You'd be down 3-1. If you win, there's still questions about the tiebreaker, but that would require you to then lose 5 of your last 9, and for them to win every game. So, like, if you win on Friday, you guarantee yourself pretty much a Pacific Division title. And that's big. Like, this team hasn't won a Pacific Division title since, like, I don't know, 02, 03, 03, 04, whatever it is. It's been a long, long time. So that's one avenue. But you still have an opportunity to catch Memphis, but that's not going to be easy either. Again, the Kings have 10 conference games left. So judging what their conference record will be at the end of the season is very difficult, because they have so many games left in the Western Conference. That's not the case for Memphis. I think Memphis only has 9 games left, and like 3 of them are out of conference. And the Kings have a better conference record at this point, but who knows what it'll look like after when it comes down to it. So, yeah, lots of craziness.
People in the chat are asking about hanging a banner if they win the Pacific Division title, and I would hang a banner. Absolutely. First of all, you already set the precedent. You got one hanging up as it is, and just because you hang that banner doesn't mean hang them all. Hang the Pacific Division One, the Western Conference champions, the NBA Finals. Like Boston got 90 banners in their rafters. I don't see any harm. Now, there shouldn't be a ring ceremony when you unveil the Pacific Division banner, but hell yeah, hang a banner next year.
Just come to the game and the banner's up.
Yeah. Scott Moak mentions it in between the first and second quarter. Everybody look up there. And Pacific
I'm telling you, they win a title. I'm just walking out on the court expecting my ring. Where's my ring too? I size 7.5. I need it. I need it ready or whatever it is.
You and Sean Cunningham.
We're just gonna walk out. Just we don't care. We're out here to get our ring. That's all. So,
a lot of. Trying to think. Well, it was a different ownership group. The Maloof spot rings for everyone. Everybody got a ring when the Monarchs won the championship, and some people they had scaled down versions of the ring, but a lot of I think J. Ross, who was the radio, got the ring, the one the organization got, and then some other people I know all of the arena staff got one. They got scaled down versions of the big championship ring.
I know that Daryl Arata, who used to be the Kings head of, he did all the game books and all the stats. He was a Kings stat guy. He left and went to the Warriors. Before he left the Kings and went to the Warriors, he was with the Bulls in their final championship run. So he has a ring from 1998 with the Bulls, and then now he has 4 with the Warriors. So he has 5 rings hiding in a safe somewhere.
We're really here talking about championship rings, huh?
Well, actually, we were talking about Pacific Division rings.
But Pacific Division rings. Those would look like little wedding bands. Those would look like the Pacific
the plastic joints.
Yeah, those are the health trackers. They're gonna partner with Aura and just make a bunch of health trackers with the Pacific Division.
It's like a promise ring.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That's incredible. Any concerns from any De'Aaron, a couple of slow nights the last 2 nights? Is it just fatigue? Are you lumping all of this stuff into fatigue in this brutal schedule?
Yeah, I don't know so much on that. I think the last couple of games we've seen a little more selfish play, not out of De'Aaron, but out of some of the other guys, that I think just it's fatigue. And I think they're getting away from who they are. Plus, the opponent is throwing all of these different looks at the Kings. So the Jazz went heavy zone on Sunday. Monday, right? And then last night, the Celtics switched everything. And we talked to the guys in the locker room about this. We talked to a coach about it. We talked to, Fox and Sabonis. And I think it's a really good thing that all of a sudden the kitchen sink is being thrown at the Kings. And they need this. They need to figure out how to get through a zone. And they need to figure out how to manage a team that switches everything. And because that's what you're going to face in the playoffs. And if you think the Warriors aren't going to switch everything the entire game, you're wrong. They're going to do whatever it takes. And they could do one thing one night, and then 2 nights later when you face them again, they're going to do something else. And so the Kings need to learn how to get through these moments. And they need their offense to be really good no matter what. They can't let off the gas. And I think that's what we kind of saw last night. The Celtics just took them out of their game. And the Kings, once they were out of it, they didn't know how to get back in it. And then we saw some guys trying to fight the system a little bit. And that's when it got ugly to me. And I wanted to see fourth quarter Fox. Man, the guy's got to have the ball in his hands. He needs to not give it up. And he needs to not pass it to his buddy Malik Monk in those situations. He's the guy in the fourth quarter. He needs to take over. And that's something that I thought specifically last night that I saw, and maybe even the night before, where I thought he gave up the ball too quick and didn't just take over like he normally does.
I was noticing that they had the wings guarding Sabonis to start the game, and I was just like, hey, they want to do it that way, like, give him the rock and let him go to work on the inside. And I didn't even see the strategy aspect of it till afterwards when Sabonis talked about how having the small guy on guarding him messed up their pick and roll game. And that was a good call by who I like to call Jim Cozier, coach of the Boston Celtics. That was a great call by him. But if I'm the Kings, because I was watching the game like, oh, they got Derek White guarding Sabonis, give him the ball. Like, tell him to get on the block and give him the ball. I guess the offense doesn't go that way, but sometimes you got to get outside the offense to punish these guys and get to what you want to get to. If they're going to have Derek White and Jason Tatum trying to guard Sabonis, give them the ball and let them punish these guys inside.
I totally agree. And that's where I thought the Kings, they struggled even getting the ball to Sabonis. And then, I mean, let's be honest, the touch foul situation was just a joke. Like, the officiating last night was just horrible. And I don't want to put the loss on that, but like, Jason Tatum got fouled, like, what was it, 16 seconds into the game on something that didn't look like a foul at all. And that's what it just continued the entire time. Every time Tatum had the ball, there's a foul called. And it really became like, it took you completely out of the flow of the game. There was no flow. And the Kings, they didn't have one player that was like in such bad foul trouble that they're about to go, out of the game. But like, you get to the end of the second quarter, they had been fighting the entire first half. They had 4 foul calls in 25 seconds in the half.
Yeah.
Like, what in the world? Like what are you seeing that no one else is seeing? And then what are you missing when Sabonis once again gets hit in the head or gets jumped on by a player and you're not saying anything? I just thought it was really strange.
The flops, them getting suckered into the Marcus Smart flops it's egregious. It's embarrassing.
Well, we saw it with Kelly Olynyk.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, Kelly Olynyk is really good at that.
Mm-hmm.
Or I don't know if really good at that is the right phrasing, but it works for him. Yeah. And he got away with it a lot. And I don't know if Domantas Sabonis is going to have to start falling down, or if he's going to have to start flailing, or what's going to happen for that dude to get more calls, for both of those guys to get more calls. Hammer, I've been really high on the way Davion has played through this road trip. Really high on Davion, the way that he's played since the All-Star break. He was one of the very few bright spots last night, in my opinion. How are you feeling about Davion? Because you've been critical of him in the past, and in finding that role, I feel like he's settled into something, but I'm curious your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I thought he was really good. I think he always comes out and plays well defensively. So, like, I don't have any problems with what he does defensively. There was like one time early in the season where, was it Kyle Lowry that just just destroyed him? But outside of that, like, I think for the most part, he's done a great job on that end of the court. The thing that I want to see from him is to almost become invisible on the offensive end, in a way like that Trey Lyles can be invisible on the offensive end, or even Kessler or Keegan Murray. Like, they do their role so well, and they just hit wide open shots, and you don't even really notice they're there the whole time. I think we've seen a lot less dribbling from him, which is good. He just, for a long time early in the season, looked like somebody who was not following the same game plan that the other 8 guys were doing. And now that's gone away. He's figured out how to fit in. And, I've said the same thing about Chimezie Metu a couple of times. And on occasion, you see Metu, like the funky stuff come out from Metu again. And you're like, what is he doing? Just play within yourself. But, again, these are 2 guys that have really high defensive ratings, and 2 of the better defensive ratings on the team. I think Chimezie Metu is number 1 on the team. Davion Mitchell is really high on the team. And so, like, look, I want him to figure out how to fit in. He doesn't have to score like he did last night. What did he end up with? 13 points or actually at one point I looked at the stats, and when he scores 15 points or more, they're like 5-0 on the season. When he scores 13, they're like 6-1 on the season coming into last night. So when he does give you that, it adds that little bit of playmaking and scoring that can help you, especially if you're having an off shooting night from a guy like Malik Monk. or a guy like Fox. Like if you can go and kind of balance it out a different way, that's good. And I thought it was good to see a lot of Davion and De'Aaron together. We haven't seen a lot of that this season. And I thought that they had moments where they looked solid together.
Anything you heard yesterday about Kevin Huerter and when he might come back?
Yeah, I mean, I asked Mike Brown about it, and he said they're going to reevaluate him after practice tomorrow. Of course, the team took today off. They're running out of days that they can actually practice. They're like, I didn't know that there was a maximum amount of days that they had to have every season off. But I don't know how the Kings could possibly get to like 18 days off during the season. It just doesn't feel like they've had that many days off. You just look at the back-to-backs, and I know that they're not going to practice the day after a back-to-back. So they have today off. They're going to practice again tomorrow, and they're going to test him and see how he looks. He seems like he's really close. We didn't see him last night, like in the locker room. He wasn't in the locker room or in pre or post game. But we kind of heard that he was shooting around on Monday, and that he's actually looking really good. So they're being cautious. It's not just an 82 game schedule we're looking at now. It's at least 100 and, even if you got swept, to be an 86 game schedule. So there's more games to come, and you want to make sure he's 100%. But I also think that really hurt the Kings the last 2 games, not having him and that option to put him at the 2, unless you have like those moments where Malik or Terrence Davis are just so good that you can't take him off the court. I thought they really could have used Kevin's like steady hand that he's been this season.
I'm going to steal your question here for James since he just mentioned it.
Sounds good.
Would you start Terrence Davis Friday, assumption, of course, that Kevin Huerter can't play or doesn't play on Friday? Would you start Terrence Davis instead of Kessler Edwards?
No, because I just think the matchup, you're using Kessler in order to have like the ultimate switchability, and to have him to go out there and defend, Devin Booker. Like, I think that's the right move. Devin Booker's a big shooting guard, 6'5", 6'6". He knows how to draw fouls. And I think Kessler is a guy that's proven that he's a really, really solid defender. Even some of the moments last night, I thought he was really good. It wasn't all the time, and he got in foul trouble and stuff like that. But like against Booker, I want to see it. And I really do think that there's going to be a way for him to solidify himself as part of the rotation here in the next couple of games, or not. Like whether he's going to be part of the playoff rotation, we don't know yet. But he's getting closer to that where you think that he is, and he just brings something different that the rest of the guys don't bring. And it's not anything that I think Terrence Davis has done wrong, but even last night, you barely noticed Terrence Davis, but he had 4 makes from 3. Mm-hmm. Like he was actually solid from a shooting aspect, but the defensive side, there's not even a comparison between the 2 players, in my opinion. Kessler is a much better defender.
I think he is too, but I also feel like you can see the difference in that offense without Kevin Huerter, first of all. Yeah. And also somebody like Kevin Huerter, right? Like TD's not Kevin Huerter, but Kessler Walker. The separation between Kessler Walker. Edwards. The separation between Kessler Edwards and Terrence Davis on the defensive side is the same difference between Terrence Davis and Edwards on the offensive side. And I thought at times the offense looked a little clunky because they didn't have that dribble handoff component with Kevin Huerter. I thought they did it a lot more with Keegan Murray, and that's a little different because Keegan Murray's not going to get to the mid-range the way Kevin Huerter does. So I felt at times it could be a little easier to defend in that situation. I would start TD because I think Edwards, while I love what he brings to the table, and just because you start TD doesn't mean Kessler can't come in 3-4 minutes into the game if need be. I just think it opens up so much for De'Aaron, for Domas, and for Keegan, having another threat out there. That's what makes this team special on the offensive end, that threat of shooting all throughout the court. And I think you lose some of that with Kessler Edwards out there.
Yeah, I mean, I get you, and I think it's always going to be like a personal preference saying Mike's going to go with whatever he's feeling that night. And I just think, again, like Kessler brings just something different. And it's not just like what he does individually as a defender. It's that all of a sudden, if you have him on the court, you can switch 2, 3, 4 without any problems. Like you just have so much versatility on the defensive end for Harrison Barnes, for Keegan, and for him to just like bounce him back and forth between players, which is what, again, what we saw from Boston. Their switchability on the defensive end caused all kinds of problems. If you can do that, if you're the Kings, that's a good thing, and provide that length. And I get you on the offensive side of the ball, but if Kessler keeps shooting the 3 ball, then they'll be just fine. And I think what we're seeing right now from Keegan too, where he's just come around and like looks like the player we saw early in the season. That's big too. It really does take a lot of pressure off the offense when you have him and Harrison, and even if you're missing Kevin, it still becomes like a really solid rotation of shooters if you have those guys firing away.
Let's come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball with our 1320 Kings insider James Ham with D'Lo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. Resumes here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Oh man, gotta get my Kenny on to stand up here for a minute. Oh. Yeah, man, I'm not getting
Ramsey. If the man wants to use all caps, that is not that's not a 5-minute offense.
Yeah,
you gotta settle down.
Cap's got bad vibes to him, but West B's back. We're happy to have West B in here. Appreciate you, Brody. Ramsey's quick. Don't mind Ramsey. He's quick. He's quick with the timeouts.
That's funny.
At least you didn't get the permanent block. At least I didn't have to search your name out of the ban list, along with Date Me 6'9". At least I didn't have to. So we're all good now. All good now. Ramsey's caught in a lot of bodies. Ramsey's like
he's the body snatcher.
What's Chris in The Wire?
Oh yeah,
Ramsey's Chris in The Wire.
Chris and
Snoop.
Who is Snoop? Because somebody else be doing it too. Is it Dr. David?
No, I don't think Dr. David is. I really think it's Ramsey. I don't know. Warren, maybe. I don't know who snatches him outside of Ramsey.
Ramsey don't care about your status either. It don't matter. Like you could be big time. He'll still ban
put you in the vacants.
Yep.
I saw some vacants when I was in Baltimore last night.
They probably weren't vacant. I saw that in downtown Detroit. It's like, Jesus, what is under there? Oh, man. What are you doing tonight, James? Taking the Mrs. Ham, attorney at law, out?
Yeah, I think we're going to go get dinner. We got a podcast. We're going to podcast right after this.
Live?
So I'll be sitting here. I don't think we're going to do live. I haven't promoted it to go live. We might. You never know. The live show's been great, though.
Yeah, they have.
So, we're getting tons of engagement. So
and tomorrow's a off the record, right?
Tomorrow is Off the Record with the Kings Beat Virtual Happy Hour Part 12 National Voice with Sam Amick. Yes, from 5:30 to 7:30. So if you guys are not Kings Beat premium subscribers, go and become premium subscribers.
Kingsbeat.com.
Yes.
Kings
and
Beat.
we just added a comment section. Super excited. Beehive just developed their comment section, so you can now make comments on the Kings Beat.
On the website?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent.
Yep.
Excellent.
When does the tournament start up again? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Man, I miss it. Wait, am I with one of you guys on Friday?
Yes. Kenny.
Okay. I forgot about that. It like popped into my head.
It's a Friday fun day, James. Friday fun day.
Yeah, I might need to go to shoot around and then race back, so I might be a couple of minutes late.
Yeah, don't trip.
Yeah, because we've got the whatchamacallit, the Stockton Kings are playing at like 11 o'clock at Golden One Center. It's their final game of the season. Well, their final regular season game.
They play tomorrow or Friday. I thought they played tomorrow. I could be wrong, though.
I think it's Friday.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've been hanging out with Ricardo Breis from Portugal the last couple of days. The journalist from Portugal.
Yeah.
Yeah, he came out to hang out with Nimi and catch some games. It's crazy. Yeah, he's still here. He'll be back for the game Friday morning, but he'll be gone after that. Yeah, he was at the game last night. We hung out and went out to lunch beforehand. He calls games in the middle of the night, like he calls NBA games in Portuguese. Like he's in a studio and they actually call NBA. Like every night they call between 2 and 3 games. Yeah, there it is. Friday, 11 a.m. Dual day at Golden One Center.
Is Keita better than Metu?
I mean, do I think long term? I would think so, but I'm not sure. Like, we got to see if he gets that opportunity. He's got to earn the. He's got some question marks about how hard he plays every single night that he's got to answer.
Keita does?
Yeah. Yeah. You know, how angry does he get? He doesn't get angry enough some games. In other games, you're just like, holy cow, he's unstoppable.
All right, we're coming back. Hang on. Hey. You can check out our conversation with King Combs over on the Corners of the Culture podcast. New episode drops tomorrow on the birth of Bay Area hip hop. Some good conversations in there with D-Lo KC and the dope ones.
Hey, real quick,
Yeah.
I have to say this.
Okay.
I have to say this.
Okay. All right.
Just came across a tweet.
Okay.
Jamel Charlo on Tim Tszyu. He's a solid fighter. Nothing I've never seen before. I gotta say it.
You know how much content we just got from that?
I have to say it.
Clip it and put it on social media, man. They'll be all about it. Apparently, James, I learned this going through our YouTube statistics. Apparently, this Tim Tszyu individual is an Australian fighter. The response to Tim Tszyu content is similar to your content in Portugal, where you post something on the Mias Keita and all of Portugal goes nuts for it.
Yeah.
Well, Kenny's over in Australia.
Over.
He's big in Australia because of one singular video we posted last week.
And I talked about him in a positive light. So a couple of the comments were, I rarely see the Americans talk about Tim Tszyu this nicely.
I'm cutting that and turning it into an Instagram reel.
That's amazing.
We are going to milk that for as much as we can. By the way, this has to be a record. This is our 1320 Kings insider. James Ham is here with us on D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Got to be a record. 3 hours and 36 minutes into the show. And I believe, I'm sure Ramsey will correct me if I'm wrong, the first time we're mentioning the fact that Domantas Sabonis had another triple-double last night.
Damn. Yeah.
Well, that's wild.
Yeah.
I don't, because the truth be told, Hammer, we didn't really talk about the game. We didn't break down. Kings got their ass kicked last night. What more do you want me to say? Like, they got beat by a team that's a legitimate championship contender. Not going to overreact to it. Not going to be overly frustrated by it. It stinks that they lost 2 in a row. You want them to get back on track Friday for sure. I didn't know what there was to break down. We talked a little bit about Terrence Davis, talked about Davion, Kessler Edwards. and even mentioned, De'Aaron having another night in the teens, but didn't mention one time that Domantas Sabonis had 16 on 7 of 12, by the way, had 16, 13, and 12 last night.
Yeah, he's a walking triple-double. I mean, it's just absolutely amazing to see what he does. I mean, he missed a triple-double the game before by, like, wasn't it by...
one assist.
Yeah. Or was it the game before that where he had 30, 12, and 9?
I feel like
you could probably point to any game this season, and that would be the case. Domas versus Utah. Yeah, it was 1 assist. He had 11, 12, and 9.
Okay. And then the game before that?
The Wizards, he had 30, 39, and 10.
Oh.
Yeah.
So he missed the triple-double by an assist versus the Jazz and missed the triple-double by a rebound versus the Wizards, and had 24 and 21 the night before that against Brooklyn, or 2 days before that against Brooklyn.
Yeah, it's just absolutely remarkable what he's doing. He never stops, and he's been getting beat on all season long, and he just keeps coming back for more. And watching him, again, I've talked about this so many times that, like, watching DeMarcus Cousins on a nightly basis, like, there are all kinds of things he did to frustrate you, and the crazy looks and the things he would do in the locker room or with media members or any of the other stuff, right? Or the officials. But just to watch him, like, take off down the court, make a spin move, dribble between his legs, contort his body as he went through 3 players and finish at the rim. Like, we'd never seen a player that big do anything that he could do. Like he was Derek Coleman's size, and Derek Coleman was great, but all he could do is really shoot and rebound. He score in the post, right? But he didn't put the ball on the floor. And what we saw from Cousins was amazing. And now we get to see another player who just every single night does something that you're just sitting there, I can't believe how good he is on a nightly basis. He's like the quintessential lunch pail guy, the guy who just shows up every day, blue collar, and pounds on people and gets hit in the head and scores and rebounds and sets up his teammates. And the only reason he doesn't have probably 10 more triple doubles is because he didn't know that he was just about to get a triple double and didn't try to go get the stat. And if he did, he would be really close to where Jokic is in triple doubles on the season. He doesn't pay attention to it. There isn't an internal clock in his head that says, I have 9 assists, I need 1 more. He just doesn't have it. And so for me, like, it's a joy to watch him play each and every night.
Yeah, he's incredible.
He really is. And, the thing that I like about him as well, aside from his gameplay and everything, I don't know if Ham was here when we were talking about it, but like he's got this edge to him that I've been calling for this franchise for a long time, where he don't play around. Like, he does not play around, right? Like, they had the clip of when he got fouled on Saturday in Washington, and Terrence Davis came by and was trying to do like the fake CPR. Simona slaps his hand out the way. Get the hell out of my way. Like, he's not messing around. We've seen on numerous occasions, and I love it, somebody not doing what they're supposed to do offensively, defensively, whatever the case may be. He will tell them right there on the court or going into the timeout, like, do this. You have to do this. He doesn't mince words. I love it. I think it's perfect for what this franchise needs, but he's not like super over the top. So if you're not like watching him, you don't know that he does these things, because he's not like, it's not fake hustle. It's real.
Yeah.
Like, he only brings it out when it's extremely necessary, but he'll bring it out.
Well, and he's not a fake stat guy. Like, we hear these conversations about, oh, he's a fake stat guy and all that stuff about Jokic, which I don't prescribe to at all. I think Jokic is incredible. But I'll tell you, like, this season, I'm looking at the stats. There are 3 games this season where he finished with 9 rebounds and would have had a triple-double. And there are 4 games where he finished with 9 assists, where he would have had a triple-double if he would have got 1 more. Man. But if we drop it to 8, there's 13 games where he finished with 8 or more, 8 or 9 assists that could have been triple doubles. So you add that to the 3, he could have 16 more triple doubles. And like, look, if he were a guy that knew that and was like focused on that, he would have gone out. There are guys that do that go out and know where they're at as far as triple doubles and go get that extra 1 or 2. And it's crazy what he's able to do on a nightly basis.
How much of the stuff, obviously he is just incredibly talented, but the stuff Kenny was talking about, like that no nonsense stuff, man, how much of that do you think you can attribute to growing up in a basketball home? His dad is obviously a phenomenal player, no nonsense guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like I have to imagine that had a big impact on Domas as well.
Yeah, I think it's not just, you can look at a lot of different things when it comes to like Arvydas Sabonis, like sure, like full on no nonsense guy, like as a human being, he's a no nonsense guy, but also like he's Lithuanian/Russian, like he comes from a culture where like you don't have a lot and you appreciate everything that you have, and the fact that he ends up being this incredible basketball player and has this life that so many people that he grew up with and around just would never, ever have the opportunity to have. I mean, you go back to his contracts. I don't know if he made $2 million ever in his career, just because that was the NBA at that time. But that was like so far and above what what anyone that he ever knew as like the people around him growing up would possibly make. And we're not talking about like here in the United States, like, oh, you made it big, you made X amount of dollars, and that's so much more than some of the people you grew up with. And we're not talking about 10 times. We're talking about 100 times, 300 times, that type of difference. And so, yeah, I mean, he's just a different dude. And I think growing up with that as a guy that is going to teach you and, work with you and hold you accountable, but also has that like really like stern sort of like I don't know, persona that he even with his kids he's gonna have. And then on top of that, like, look, he grew up like Domas actually grew up with some of those Portland Trailblazers as like his parents' friends and stuff. Like you're gonna be around more people. We're watching right now like the number 1 high school player in the world, right? I mean, in the U.S., the number 1 high school player is a sophomore, and it's one of Carlos Boozer's twins. So like he's grown up. It's not just around Carlos, but he grew up around, all of the Utah Jazz and all of the Chicago Bulls and the Cavs and all that stuff. Like they were part of it. That's what they know. And so it's kind of a cool thing to see a guy who's a kid of a player who really does actually make it. And it's not that rare. I mean, Klay Thompson is a guy who, his dad played in the league. There's a ton of guys. Well, actually, Klay and Steph, both of them. But yeah, I think it does play into it.
I want to ask you something about Mike Brown. You saw him last night. You talked to him after the game last night. We've seen him in the past, like, be very upset with his team if they don't perform the way he thinks they should. Did you think he felt that way last night, or was it just kind of talked about it earlier, Damon? Like he just like, yeah, they got us. They got us good last night. Was it more of that, or was he fired up about what happened in that second half?
No, I think it was more of like, that's a really good team. And like, no one wants to talk about the elephant in the room. No one wants to use it as an excuse. But like Mike even talked about, like, he doesn't play and he was exhausted. Like everyone's exhausted. Like a trip like that, 5 games in 7 days is wild, especially
they look tired. I mean, interrupt you, but they looked tired last night. And that was like one of the first times last night. I was talking about it earlier in the show about like the shots. They were just short. Sabonis had an air ball late in that game. Like in the second half, they looked like they were out of gas.
Even though I'll point this out too, like a lot of times, even if it's not that, if it's like in the third and fourth quarters, they had a bunch of 3-pointers come up short, a bunch. And you could just see they didn't have any legs. But like rewind to any point in the game and you can see that the crispness to them wasn't there. They're just fatigued. It is what it is. Like I'm not going to, like, they don't want to put the blame on it. Chances are they're still going to lose to the Celtics. But the game would have been better if they would have been fresh. If they would have had 2 days off before the game like the Celtics did. So the Celtics are on a 6-game road trip. and they had 2 days off to prepare for that game. And the Kings are playing a back-to-back. And someone, I think it was Brenden, pointed out, he's like, why didn't the NBA just push the Celtics back one more day? Because the Celtics have another 2 days off. Why didn't they just push them back? And so it would be more balanced and fair. It's like, well, I don't know if you saw the officiating, but that's not always the plan. Balance and fair is not always the plan. Late in the season, bad teams have horrible schedules. And the Kings were a bad team last year. They're a bad team the previous 15 years before that. They have a bad schedule. They have the most back-to-backs in the second half of the season. And it's kind of like, let's hurry up and get this thing over, right? Because that's what it typically is. And all of a sudden, they're not a hurry up and get things over team. And they still have the schedule of that team. And that's part of why, it takes a while to get good in the NBA.
Matt Barnes said in the postgame last night with Paul Pierce that the game was a reality check for Sacramento. What do you think of that remark? You think that's fair?
No.
Yeah, I don't either.
Like, what kind of reality check that a team, the second best team in the NBA probably, can beat you on the second night of back-to-back in the fifth game in 7 nights when you just flew in from Utah and they were waiting in your hometown for a couple of days? Like, I don't know what it is you're trying to say there. Like, at the end of the day, like, there's nothing, you shouldn't feel ashamed or bad about that loss at all.
I feel like it may have been a wake up to the type of competition that's out there. Maybe that's what he meant. I just thought the remark, when presented with context of the Kings schedule and the fact that, unless I've missed it, and De'Aaron and Domas and Mike and everyone else is running around talking about winning an NBA championship, I didn't think that the remark was fair. It's like Bonta Hill's level of contenders. It's like, like, wait a minute, who's lumped the Sacramento Kings in as a contender? Like, we're talking about, like, nothing that happened against the Boston Celtics, the Milwaukee Bucks, the Philadelphia 76ers has anything to do with coming out of the Western Conference. Right. Because last night's game wasn't versus Denver or Memphis or Phoenix or Golden State. Now, if last night's game happens Friday, yeah, I'm going to have a problem. I'm going to be concerned. But that might be a reality check. But that's not what last night was.
Okay, so here I would even respond with this reality. The Kings are 1-1 against the Denver Nuggets. They're 2-2 against the Memphis Grizzlies. They're 1-2 against the Phoenix Suns. They're 3-1 against the Los Angeles Clippers. Those are the other teams in the top 5. Okay, they're over 500, or they're right at 500 if you don't want to add in the Clippers at the end of it. Like, this is a really solid team that has beat really good opponents. What they can't do right now is, like, if you think they're good enough to go into the finals today. Now, like, look, I think that's the other thing that's missed. If somehow this team does make the finals, and I'm not saying they're going to, they'll be a different team by then. They will have experience. They will have gone through the rigors of 3 rounds of playoffs.
We haven't really acknowledged that that's like 3 months away. That's like a whole other season if that happens.
And it's every other day or there is no more back-to-backs. There's no more 5 games in 7 nights. Like, the playoff schedule is totally different. But that's what, like, you have to look at too. Like, if they do somehow get there, look at all the experience they'll gain just by 1 playoff series. But if you start talking about 2 playoff series, somehow they make it to a 3rd playoff series, that's just like skipping steps for this team. And that's huge. That's what, this season has been about, is about, like, becoming much better than anyone thought you could be, but then continuing to stay focused on improving and not just saying, hey, look how good we are. This is amazing. Woo! And then shirking off a couple of games and not paying attention and getting run over. This team hasn't lost 3 in a row since November. They hadn't lost 2 in a row since, like, the first week of February.
February 3rd and 5th. I just looked at that.
Yeah, so, like, again, but if you just want to celebrate like the small achievements, then you would have, like, let yourself down a little bit. Mike Brown and the way that he's coached his team and kept them on, like, a path, to me, it really has allowed them to grow, 1 or 2 or 3 seasons in one. And that's huge because, you can just, like, forget how this is about growth and about learning and about getting better every day. You can forget about that when you're winning and having a good time. And Mike hasn't allowed that to happen. And so I think it's a good thing. Like, this is about next year. It's about the year after. And it's still about this year. Like, just enjoy the ride. I just keep saying, just enjoy it. Like, why get ahead of yourself? Why make random claims that, you don't belong or anything else? Like, none of that makes any sense. Like, just enjoy it.
The other thing about it too, James, that we talk about is a game like that happens in the playoffs. It's a playoff series. Adjustments are made.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about little things about the smaller guys guarding Sabonis, and they weren't really ready for that. Okay. The staff is going to get in the film room, get together and fix that for the next game. Like, that's and there'll be adjustments to that, and then an adjustment to the adjustment, things of that nature. There's plenty of games in a playoff series where a team wins by 20, 30 points. With the Warriors lose last year in Memphis by like 35 or something like that, and they came back and they closed the series out. So, when you talk about one game, you don't want to see it go down that way. But people always want to talk about, this is playoff basketball. Well, playoff basketball is also adjustments made by teams from game to game.
Oh yeah, totally. And again, I didn't hear what Matt said, so like I don't know like if I'm taking him out of context. So if I am, apologies there. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of this stuff going on right now where I just think people are like getting so far ahead of themselves, and trying to overanalyze whether it's nationally or locally, and just like let the whole thing happen. Like, just whatever's going to happen. Just embrace it. Buy your playoff tickets if you can afford to. I don't know if you can in the second round because it is going to be expensive. But also, I think at some point here, celebrate Mike Brown, celebrate De'Aaron Fox, celebrate Domantas Sabonis, celebrate Vivek Ranadive, who like somehow found a way to step back and let this team grow. Celebrate Monty McNair.
Oh.
Like, that's what this should be
now
about.
The team's doing well. Vivek stepped back. He's got nothing to do with it. My goodness. We are going to drill this narrative forever. Kings didn't get good till Vivek stepped back. All I heard was how Vivek wanted Keegan Murray and everyone else wanted Jaden Ivey. Boy, Ham, I tell you.
He's he's on the phone every single day with Monty McNair. Every day. So, like, he's still there, but he allowed decisions to be made that maybe weren't his. And that's big. So, good for him.
Go to thekingsbeat.com. Become a premium subscriber. Over there, the Off the Record Happy Hour is tomorrow with Sam Amick. That's the closest you'll get to Sam Amick talking to an ESPN 1320 employee. So you got to become the only way you get that, though, is on thekingsbeat.com. You got to become a premium subscriber. You don't want to miss out on these happy hours. You get great stories. They're absolutely phenomenal. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We're going out to basketball next. The Mavs and the Warriors here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
MFFL.
I'm thinking about something, but I guess it's not that big of a deal.
I'm thinking.
If we sold Run It Back, like, we couldn't do this. We couldn't go to a game. But I guess we haven't, so it doesn't matter. I guess it doesn't matter.
No, you can, and you can also like have a certain amount of outs. Like, so like television rights to the Kings or the Warriors is like, it is what it is. But the second that TNT comes, they steal your game. It is, you just kind of,
I guess it's nothing we have to think about right now. It's not a big deal. So somebody needs to buy it. Buy it.
Hey, I got a question for everybody out there. Does anybody know where Sac State softball plays their games?
Sac State softball field.
The name of the place.
The Hornet, the Beehive.
The Queen Beehive.
I don't know. I went to Davis.
Ironically enough, they play.
And I don't know what it's called at Davis. I don't know what it's called in Davis either.
Shea Stadium. What a coinky dink.
Huh.
Shea Stadium used to be the home of the Mets.
Mm-hmm.
It's not called that. Oh, what's it called?
they're in Citi
Citibank.
Field now.
Citi
They're
Field.
in a completely different stadium.
Yeah.
Shea Stadium. What a coinky dink.
Crazy. All right. Well, I've got a whole another hour plus of podcasting to do. So
All right, man. Well, have fun. Enjoy the night out, and
yeah,
you and Kenny work everything out for Friday.
Yep.
We'll say goodbye to everybody too, because I think Squints is here, so he may need to get in here. We appreciate y'all. Hit the thumbs up before you go, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Wow.